A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
But I tell you, I saw her myself.
Not Mrs. Jones. Well, I can't imagine such a thing.
Well, I was there, and I actually saw her. She washed that lovely rayon slip with the same soap she used for her dirtiest kitchen towels.
Not really.
Yes. In fact, she used this new Dove for every single thing in her wash.
New Dove? Well, what kind of a soap is that?
Well, it's a new kind of granulated soap. Procter & Gamble's putting it out. And Mrs. Jones says this does all three kinds of wash. Work shirts, towels, right down to rayon undies.
Well, I never. What in the world did her clothes look like when she hung them out?
Well, I must say everything looked all right. Her rayon slips were soft and nice, and the work shirts were bright and clean, and her towels, well, they were just dazzling white.
Say, I guess Mrs. Jones isn't so dumb. If Does can do all that, then why are we still using those old-fashioned granulated soaps?
Yes, why put up with old-fashioned soaps when Dove brings you real whiteness plus amazing safety for your rayons and nicer colored washables? In fact, Dove is far safer for those delicate colors than any other leading granulated wash-day soap. And yet, you've never seen whiter washes than Dove gives you, and there's no hard scrubbing either. Actually, no soap made gets clothes white easier than Dove. Honestly, once you try it, you'll see how different Dove is. Even the suds are different. Yes, Dove makes loads more suds in your machine than any of the 4 other leading granulated laundry soaps. And Dove gives you suds that build up faster and last longer. Remember, Dove is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Ask for Dove D-U-Z today in that big red and white box. It does everything in your wash. Molly Goldberg isn't the only mother who's had to face the problem she now has in her hands. For Rosie isn't the first girl to fall in love with a boy whose interests are elsewhere. Only Molly can't bring herself to hurt Rosie, to tell her that Walter Jerome is engaged to someone else. So Molly wants Rosie to go off to Florida and visit Tanta Elka. And Rosie's objecting.
Hello? Hello, I wish to talk to Dr. Cater, please. Yes, I'll hold. Please, go away, Kitty. Go away, Kitty, from under my feet, please. Hello? Hello, Dr. Cater? This is Mrs. Goldberg. Yes. Well, if you're very busy, I'll call back. Well, I just called because... I'm a little perturbed about what you told me, and maybe needless, but, well, you know, Doctor, a mother. Do you mind if I inquire for some advice, Dr. Cater? Well, I don't know if you know, but I have an aunt in Florida, Tante Elke. Yes, and Rosalie was invited. And under the circumstances, I mean, about Walter, we would like her to go. And Mr. Goldberg thinks if we could nibble the romance as it was, well, if we could nibble it in the bud. Because maybe distance will, well, sometimes. Well, we spoke to her, Doctor, but yes, I know. Sammy told me that Walter's mother and his fiancé, and they're coming. Well, that's why I would like her to go, and I would like her to go soon. Because I would rather she wasn't here in town, in the village, when everybody and all this. So if I could, then... Rosalie? Rosie just came in.
Is Dr. Newhart?
No, it's Dr. Cater.
Oh, let me talk to him.
Yes, Doctor. It's Dr. Cater, Rosalie. Doctor...
Hello? Hello, Dr. Cater. What? To Florida? No. No, I'm not going to Florida.
So beautiful with the sun.
Well, could you tell Walter that he can use my library card if he wants to? Yes. Is he there?
Dr. King is talking about Florida, Elizabeth. He knows Florida. It wasn't Florida.
Mom,
You know
please.
the contract.
Well, just say that I called, and it's perfectly all right for him to use my card. Yes.
I should be able to go Florida.
Do you want to talk to Dr. Cater again, Mark?
No.
All right, Dr. Cater. Yes. All right. Goodbye.
Rosalie, why don't you want to go to Florida?
Well, why should I, Ma? I mean,
It would be nice.
I wouldn't go without you. So I would go and leave Papa and Sammy in times like these when families should be together.
Well,
And you know how Papa is without you.
and without me, you wouldn't go.
It's an expensive trip, Ma.
If it's for your pleasure that we care.
I care. And besides, I'm happier here, Ma.
You was never away.
I don't care about such things. You don't want to get rid of me, do you, Ma?
Question.
I'm having such a good time, Ma.
You don't look so well, Rosalie.
I don't know why you say that. I think I look very well. I'm a little thinner, but I think it's becoming. I like my face thin. It's interesting. Do you like to study faces, Mark? Familiar faces aren't as interesting as new faces. Your face, for instance. I don't even see it anymore.
No?
I don't think you know what I mean, Mark. A new face, a new personality, it's fascinating, Mark. You try to understand all the expressions, what thoughts are behind a smile or a frown, because
you know so little about the person. Until you do, it's always better.
I'll take it, Ma.
Maybe
It might be for me, Ma. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, Papa, darling?
How are you, Rosie?
Fine.
Is Mama there?
Yes, Ma.
For me?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Thank you. Hello, Jay.
Can you come down to the mill, Molly?
Yes.
I called Tante Elkie again, and
Yes.
I told her we would let her know when Rosie would be there.
I see.
Did you talk to Rosie?
Can I work on your knitting, Ma?
Just a minute, Jake. What did you say, Rosie?
Is it all right if I work on your knitting?
Yes, surely. Don't drop my seat.
No, I won't.
Hello, Jake.
Did you speak to Rosie again?
Yes.
And the answer is
No.
you can't speak freely?
No.
Then come down. I'll wait for you here.
All right.
You don't think the best thing to do would be to tell Rosie that Walter Jerome is engaged and that she should throw out the nonsense from her head and...
No, definitely no.
Then come down.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye.
What did Papa want, Ma?
I have to go to the mill.
What?
You know Papa when it comes to buy something.
Oh, I'll get my coat.
I'll give a go and I'll go myself, Rosalie.
Oh, I can go with you,
Say,
Ma.
Darlington, and peel me a few potatoes and put a light in them so supper shouldn't be detained.
Fine, and put your rubbers on,
I
Ma.
will. What did I do?
Oh, I'll take it.
Rosalie, don't get so nervous when the telephone rings.
Hello?
Hello, Rosie?
Oh, hello?
Mama there?
Yes. It's Sammy, Ma.
Sammy, tell him to hold. I'm putting on my rubbers. 1 minute.
1 minute, Sammy. Are you doing anything tonight?
Why?
Oh, wouldn't you like to go bowling?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Put Mama on.
Ma, here. I'd like to go bowling, Sammy.
What's the bowling? Always bowling. Give me this. Hello? Hello, Sammy?
Listen, Ma, I know you can't talk, so listen.
Yes, dear.
Papa and I have just been talking about the whole thing.
Yes.
Well, we think you should tell Rosie exactly how you feel and why. Tell her that Walter is engaged and that his girl is coming up.
No.
Why?
I'm coming to the mill.
Why, Ma? She'll never go away, Ma.
I'm coming to the mill. I'll see. Just a minute, dear. Hold. Rosalie, go up and see how many shirts Sammy has in his drawer.
No?
Please, upstairs. There's in the second hand, I think, on the left side is all the shirts. Count them over for me. Yeah. Please. Family?
Yes, Ma.
Sammy, if I can avoid hurting Rosalie, if the whole thing can be blown over without... I'm coming down, family.
Yeah, all right, Ma.
Yeah, all right, family.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, mine coat, Rosalie, dear. Oh, Seymour?
Take him along, will you, Ma?
Come in, Seymour.
Going out, Mrs. Goldbergs?
Yes, I'll be back soon. Seymour, will you keep Rosalie company till I come back?
Oh, I'll be glad to.
That's nice. Goodbye, dear. Don't forget the potatoes, Rosalie.
No, I won't.
Peel me, let the 6 potatoes, 6, 7, 8, or...
All right, Mom.
You'll peel, dear. Yes.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Sit down, Seymour.
Yes, thank you.
Excuse me, I just have to peel some potatoes.
Oh, can I help?
No, I'll be right in.
All right. Some people have such a lot of nerve in this world.
What'd you say, Seymour?
Some people have such a lot of nerve in this world.
What'd you say, Seymour?
Oh, I said some people have such a lot of nerve in this world.
Yes?
Well, you're in our boarding house of a sanatorium.
What do you mean?
I never saw Dr. Cater so angry.
Where'd you see him?
In the telegraph office this morning. He was sending a telegram, and the girl at the telegraph office read it back to him. That's how I happened to hear it.
I never saw Dr. Cater angry.
Well, he was this time. I don't blame him. Walter Jerome's mother's coming up, and she wanted to stay at his house.
She did?
Yeah. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if Walter's mother is coming alone. But she wanted to know if he'd have room for her and Walter's fiancée. Some nerve. What's the matter, Rosie? Rosie! Rosie!
Of course, Seymour sounds a great deal more innocent than he looks. For Seymour would like nothing better than for Walter to be crossed off Rosie's books. Only Seymour doesn't realize that Rosie's really in love with Walter. And now Rosie knows what Molly was afraid to tell her. What now? Now, I ask you, can you see yourself washing dishes with half a dishpan? Well, you know that's about as useless as struggling with a soap that only does a halfway job for dishes. I mean bar soaps because they cheat you on speed. And those tough granulated soaps because they fall short on safety for your hands. So, toss out such halfway soaps and change to new Does. You know, Does is that new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And believe me, Does has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness to your hands. Just notice how soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Why, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated wash-day soap. Yet, Does speeds through dishes like a whirlwind. There's no hard scouring, not even to cut tough grease. You can tell by the suds how different Does is. Try it tonight. Does has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Next time, Rosie makes her own decision. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, guess what, friends? On the way over here to the studio, a guy rushed up to me and said, "Gosh, I'm glad you're going back on the air. Why, I haven't eaten anything for breakfast since you stopped telling me what to have." Well, I hope the rest of you haven't been going without breakfast all summer, because it just so happens that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. That's what the nutrition experts tell us. And they also say that an adequate breakfast should include a cereal with whole grain nourishment. Well, delicious malty-rich grape nuts or toasty brown grape nuts flakes are certainly the answer to that. For both of these tempting sweet-as-a-nut cereals are chock full of whole-grain food values, one kind of nourishment you need to get a swell start on the day. Yes, sir, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes have a real stand-by-you quality, and you'll find yourself zipping through to lunchtime in a high when you feature these grand cereals in your morning meal. They're delicious, nutritious, thrifty. So make it Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes for a good morning all morning long. should probably know, Jack Benny has just returned from a camp tour overseas. So we take you back a few days to LaGuardia Airport and show you what happened when Jack arrived. Say, Mary, isn't it crowded here at the airport?
It sure is, Don. Gee whiz, Don, just imagine. Jack's been gone 3 whole months.
That's right. I wonder if he's changed.
Jeepers, I hope so. Gosh, I can hardly wait to see him.
No, you never can tell, Mary. Maybe a trip like this made a new man out of Jack.
Maybe.
Maybe he'll have a different outlook on life, not worry about everything the way he used to.
Maybe.
Maybe he won't be so cheap and tight anymore.
Well, it was nice thinking about it anyway. Let's see if we can push in a little closer, Don.
You see, Blossom, I told you there'd be excitement at the airport.
Sure I did, but why is there such a crowd here?
Don't you know? Jack Benny's coming in.
Who?
Jack Benny.
Who?
You know the comedian who's been with the soldiers in Africa?
Oh, God, hope he's so comical.
No. Jack Benny. He's on the radio Sunday night.
For him, they're making such a mishmash. With a crowd like this, you'd expect at least Franklin D. Sinatra. Hey, look. It's coming in an airplane.
Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control tower. Coming in for landing. Mr. Benny, you can take your head out of my lap now.
Okay.
Gee, I can't believe I'm home. Pilot to control tower. Pilot to control. Is that you, Mert? Well, how's every little thing, Mert? I'll speak to you later. Pilot to control tower.
Control tower to pilot. Control tower to pilot. Go ahead.
Pilot to control tower. Give landing instructions. Give landing instructions.
Sorry, we're not allowed to give out that kind of information.
Oh, boy. New York. Look at that skyline. I'm so nervous. Look, there's the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty. Don't get conceited. She waves at everybody. Gosh, it'll only be a couple of minutes now. All right, folks, this is it. Watch your step getting out of the plane.
Well, so long, Cap. It was a wonderful trip.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hey, look at that beautiful dame. Isn't that Mary Livingston?
Yeah, but don't get conceited. She waves at everybody.
Oh, boy, did I get even with that guy. Hey, Mary! Mary, Don!
There he is, Don. Jack!
Right with you, kid.
Oh, Mr. Benny. May I have your autograph, please?
Just a second, ma'am. I want to run over and kiss Mary.
Kiss me and give her the autograph.
That's very sweet, ma'am, but I'll come back and kiss you later.
Well, hurry up. I'm in 1A.
I will. Here I am, Don. Hiya, Don. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Jack, how are you?
Well, wait a minute. Give me a kiss first.
Wow. Gee whiz, Don. That trip did do him a lot of good.
Why, Mary? Have I changed?
Changed? I haven't been kissed like that since I tripped and fell on a mop.
That's me, a Casanova from Casablanca. Hey, where's Rochester? He's at the hotel waiting for you.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny, but would you please sign my wife's autograph book?
Why, certainly. I'll be glad to. What's the name, please?
Just put down to Blossom Rappaport from Jack Benny.
How do you spell that?
Benny. You see, I think when you get intimate with them, they're not so much.
Look, lady, suppose I just sign it to Blossom from Jack.
Sign anything. Stop wasting my time out there.
There you are.
Hurry, Jack. Don's waiting in the taxi.
Here I am, Jack. I got a cab.
Right with you. Boy, I'll be glad to get to my hotel.
Where to, mister?
The Acme Plaza. It's way downtown.
Oh, Jack, why do you always stay at that joint?
Mary, the Acme Plaza is not a joint.
Go on. It's the only foxhole I ever saw with a lobby.
Well, I like it. Hey, driver, will you please hurry to the hotel? I've been on a long trip, and I want to take a bath.
Don't worry, bud. I'll get you there so fast you'll be first in line.
Okay, step on it.
Well, tell me, Jack, don't you feel tired and worn out after that long trip?
Oh, a little, Don, but it was worth it. Gosh, the places I've been and the people I've met.
Sit back, Don. Here it comes.
You know, I'll never forget what happened to me in North Africa. You see, Larry Adler was with me, and Winnie Shaw and Anna Lee. And we...
Say, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Well, yes, driver, I am. Well, anyway, kids, Larry and I and the girls were at a certain camp in North Africa. It was very quiet. When all of a sudden, about 12 o'clock...
Say, Mr. Benny, I got a brother in the Army in North Africa. Name's Crowley, Joe Crowley. Did you run into him there?
Crowley? No, I didn't. Well, anyway, Don, it was midnight. See, and there was a full moon, see? And, of course, no one ever thought that...
Funny. Joe's the kind of a guy you'd pick out any place.
Well, look, I'm sorry, driver, but I didn't see him. So, Mary, get this. Here it was midnight, you see, and nobody was...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear him.
Look, driver, I traveled 32,000 miles. I was all over North Africa. I met thousands and thousands of soldiers.
But Joe's a corporal.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't see him. Now, let's see, where was I?
It was midnight, and Joe was a corporal.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, it was midnight. There wasn't a breath of air stirring. When all of a sudden...
Here we are, the Acme Plaza.
This is it, Don. The good old Acme Plaza.
Where?
Right down those stairs.
Yep, that's it. I'll take care of the cab. Here you are, driver. 75 piastres. That's Egyptian money.
Piastres? They're no good here.
Oh, yes. Well, Don, you take care of it, will you? I've only got piastres.
Holy smoke. Now we're in for 6 months of this.
Mary, I'll get a change at the bank tomorrow. Don't worry.
Well, so long, Mr. Benny. I'm sorry it didn't make my brother, Corporal Crowley.
Yes, so am I.
Jack, look who's waiting for you.
Where?
Boss!
Rochester! Rochester, am I glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, too, boss. Doggone, look at you. You got fat.
Well, you put on a little weight yourself. You must have gained 20 pounds.
I ain't worried. You'll take it off me.
No, this year things are going to be different. But no kidding, Rochester. We're both carrying around a little excess baggage.
I'm carrying mine, boss. You're dragging yours.
Oh, it doesn't look that bad. Well, come on, kids. Let's go in the hotel. Watch your step. That first one down is a lily.
Welcome to Inner Sanctum.
Well, the same old clerk. Hello, Mr. Leroy.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Glad to see you home again. Did you have a nice trip?
Oh, wonderful. By the way, Mr. Leroy, have I got my same room?
No, I moved you up to the ground floor, the penthouse.
Oh, that's swell.
Yeah, now you won't have to come in through the grating.
Yeah, it's nice of you, Mr. Leroy.
Here's the key to your room, Mr. Benny.
Thank you.
And here's the other key.
Oh, yeah. You remember, I always like to lock my clothes closet. Well, come on, kids. You know, Mary, I can't wait to tell you what happened that night in North Africa. It was midnight, and there was a full moon. Not a breath of air was stirring, and everything was quiet. When all of a sudden... story short, that's how it happened. Can you imagine her mistaking me for Eisenhower? I mean, imagine.
I'll try.
Well, anyway...
You want me to try too, boss?
No, Rochester, just finish unpacking my bag. Anyway, Don, it was such a thrill meeting everybody that you've ever read about. All those important generals. Well, I could just sit here and talk for days.
Oh, it must have been exciting. But tell me, Jack, how was Eisenhower to talk to? What sort of a fella is he?
Well, to tell you the truth, Don, he's one general that I didn't get to meet. You see, the 2 days that I was in Algiers, Eisenhower happened to be in Sicily. See?
Then what about General Doolittle? Did you meet him?
No. You see, Mary, by the time I got to Sicily, Doolittle had gone to Casablanca. But General Patton was in Sicily.
General Patton?
Yes, he was in Palermo the same time I was. What a swell guy. Old blood and guts. I mean, it was a thrill sitting in his office.
Then you met General Patton?
No, he had just left for Messina. You see, he went from Palermo to Messina.
Well, what about General Clark?
He didn't even meet Corporal Crowley.
Mary, now that's enough about me. Hey, how's everything at Rome? At home, Rochester. Geez, I can't get out of Italy. Rochester, how's our border, Mr. Billingsley?
Boss, you're sure going to have to get rid of him. That man's getting crazier every day.
Why? What happened now?
Well, when you were in the Middle East, Mr. Billingsley wrote you a letter.
Well, what's crazy about that?
Instead of mailing it, he put the letter in his pocket, stuck a stamp on his nose, and shoved his head in the mailbox.
Oh.
He told me he would have gone female, but he don't photograph well.
Oh, Rochester, he's just a little eccentric, that's all. Imagine mailing himself to me as a letter.
That ain't the end of it. He shoved me in his filing cabinet and said he wanted to keep a carbon copy.
Well, don't worry about it, Rochester. Say, Mary, how come you never answered any of those letters I wrote you?
Letters? What are you talking about? I never even got a postcard.
I didn't either.
Well, how do you like that? I wrote 2 or 3 times a week. I can't understand it.
Did you send them airmail?
No.
Well, then, did you send them regular mail by boat?
No.
Don't tell me you gave them to Eleanor as she passed by.
Mrs. Roosevelt went to Australia. Here's what I did, Mary. You see, there's a current in the Mediterranean that goes into the Gulf Stream, which flows around the tip of Florida and then northward to New York.
So?
Well, I wrote the letters, put them in bottles, threw them into the Mediterranean, and I can't understand what held them up.
Well, I'll be...
I can't... Rochester, where are you going?
Back in the filing cabinet. Billingsley's okay.
You come here. Now, Mary, that might sound ridiculous to you, but if you could only see... Come in! Now, Mary, if you could only...
Hey, Phil! Hiya, Jackson. What do you hear from the pyramid?
Well, Phil, am I happy to see you. Gee, you look swell.
I feel like $1 million, Jackson.
I feel like $1 million myself. Yes, sir.
Mr. Morgenthau's going to change that to piastres.
Who cares?
Hey, Jackson, I sure wish I could have gone with you on that trip. Say, did you get to meet General Montgomery?
Did I?
No.
Mary, I only missed Patton by 45 minutes. Good old blood and guts.
Well, tell me something, Jackson. Where'd you go? I mean, what countries were you in?
Oh, I was in Egypt, Palestine, Sicily, Persia. That's now called Iran. You know, Persia's called Iran. Let's see, where else?
Hey, that reminds me, Jackson. You know, I tried to phone you when you were in Iran.
Phone me?
Yeah, I put in a Persian-to-Persian call. Oh, Harris, you're a fool, you boy. Wait till I tell Alex the kid about this.
The kid will punch you right in the nose. But say, fellas, I brought you all some wonderful presents. I'll give them to you later. And listen to this. What do you think I have coming in by boat?
Corporal Crowley.
Oh, stop with Corporal Crowley.
Well, then what is it, Jackson?
A camel. No kidding, fellas. A real live camel. He's being shipped to Hollywood.
For heaven's sake, Jack, what do you want with a camel?
Why, they're marvelous animals. They can work for you. You can ride them. They don't eat much. And you know, fellas, A camel can go 8 days without a drink.
Chum, that takes willpower.
Phil, I'm talking about water. 8 days without water.
Well, I can do that.
I know, Phil, you've got a lot of talent. But incidentally, kids, when I was in Libya... come in. When I was in Libya...
Hello, everybody.
Deanna! Dennis, how are you, anyway?
Thanks. How's Mary?
Oh, here she is, right here.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Boy, I just had a big dinner. Am I full?
You are, eh?
Yeah. Say, how is everybody?
Oh, I'm swell, Dennis. Never felt better in my life. Yes, sir. Well, what'd you do this summer, kid?
Oh, I managed to keep busy, helping out and everything.
Well.
Did you go anywhere this summer, Mr. Benny?
Well, I'll be... Dennis, I was all over Africa doing shows.
Oh, vaudeville.
Yeah, that's where it went.
Say, Dennis, you're living in this hotel, aren't you?
Yeah, and it's sure nice here. They gave me a swell room with an adjoining.
An adjoining what?
I don't know. I can't get the door open.
Well, why don't you go upstairs and complain to the desk clerk? Anyway, Dennis, tell me something about yourself. I haven't seen you in 3 months.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Mr. Benny. I might get married.
Married? Why, Dennis, I am surprised.
How will you two live on what Mr. Benny pays you?
Oh, she earns twice as much as I do. She's a sergeant.
Listen, you're doing all right.
Gee, I'm so nervous about getting married, I don't know what to do.
Well, maybe I can help, Dennis. Does your girl need a trousseau?
Oh, she's got one already. Full field equipment and a 30-pound pack.
Well, I'll be...
Say, Dennis, how about singing a song for us? I haven't heard you since our last broadcast.
Yeah, come on, Dennis.
What do you say? Come on.
Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't lie
Cheers, boy. Dennis, that was wonderful. Well, kids, I've waited long enough. I'm going to give you your presents.
Oh, Jack, before you do, there's one more question that I want to ask you about your trip. About the soldiers overseas.
The soldiers? What is it, Don?
I don't know.
Go ahead, ask me.
No, never mind. I'll ask you later.
Oh, Mary, leave the room a moment, will you, please?
Okay.
Thanks.
Should I go, too?
No, Dennis, you can stay.
Hot diggity.
Go ahead, Don. What is it about the soldiers?
Do they eat grape nuts and grape nuts flakes over there?
Mary, you can come back now. In answer to your question, Don, yes. Every well-stocked oasis has them.
Well, I'm glad they do, because grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both have a sweet as a nut, malty, rich flavor.
Dennis! No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid.
Well, when you do, Jack, be sure to tell him that grape nuts and grape nuts flakes brings you that one distinctive flavor in two delicious forms.
I certainly will. Dennis, see me later and bring some sugar and cream, will you? Anyway, kids, I started to say I'm going to give you your presents now. Rochester, have you got all the gifts unpacked?
I got them right here, boss. Say, what's this bag of sand? Is that from the Sahara?
Yes, that's for Miss Livingston. It's an hourglass, but the glass broke. Now I don't know what to do with the sand.
Oh, just get me a pail and shovel. I'll play in it.
Oh, quiet. Rochester, there's a present for you there, too, right at the bottom.
I hope the glass didn't break on that one.
Rochester, it's nothing to drink. It's a fez. A fez. Now, Dennis.
A fez? What's that?
It's a red silk hat with a tassel.
Oh, boss, calm down.
You'll like it. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, your gift is coming by boat.
Thanks. That's just what I've always wanted.
You don't even know what it is. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Your present is also coming by boat.
Yeah, the new writers couldn't think of a gag here.
Mary, will you please stop?
Say, Mr. Benny, if you went overseas, why didn't you write me a letter?
Dennis, he wrote us all letters. Wait till I tell you why we didn't get them.
Mary, forget about that, will you?
He put the letters in bottles and threw them into the ocean.
Oh, that's silly. Isn't it, Miss Livingston?
Silly? It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Come in. Mary, it's not ridiculous. Rochester, see who's at the door.
Okay.
Imagine using the Mediterranean as a mailbox. I'll never get over that.
Mary, I don't want to hear any more about it.
Oh, boss!
What is it, Rochester?
There's a swordfish here with a special delivery for Miss Livingston.
You see, I told you, Mary. I know what I'm doing every day of the week. What are you talking?
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Now, don't tell a soul, but I like to eat. I like things that taste good. So when I say grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are grand eating, I'm not kidding. They have a real zesty flavor, nothing namby-pamby about them. That grape nuts flavor is malty, rich, and just as sweet as a nut. A grand two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. Grape nuts brings you this luscious flavor in crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape nuts flakes brings you the same rich goodness in toasty brown flake form. And both are Basic 7 foods. For both grape nuts and grape nuts flakes provide whole grain nourishment. And such cereals are featured in Uncle Sam's Basic 7 nutrition program. So when you treat your family to grape nuts or grape nuts flakes at breakfast, you're doing them a double favor. Giving them a dish that tastes like a million and providing them with real all-around nourishment. So how about it? Better get some tomorrow. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rationed.
So you see, kids, there's not much more I can tell you about the trip. Got a lot of boys over there doing a swell job, and they're going to stay till it's finished. But naturally, they want to get home, you know.
Well, I can understand that, Jack.
So listen, kids, the thing to do is just because the third war bond drive is over, let's not slow down, that's all. Keep buying them. Keep buying bonds. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the opening of a new season, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my new writer.
Corporal Crowley.
Oh, keep still. Good night, folks. Corporal Crowley.
Your favorite dramatic program, Those We Love, has changed time. It now comes to you early Sunday afternoon over most of these same stations. Look it up in your local newspaper. That's Those We Love.
It's fall, and it's hot grape nut sweet meal weather, Mother. For that rich, smooth, luscious wheat meal texture. And for that glorious roasted whole wheat flavor. It's the rich, brown, whole grain, hot cereal member of the famous Grape Nuts family. Grape Nuts wheat meal cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. Hot Grape Nuts wheat meal. This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from New York City and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Back in the dear dead days when folks put on long linen dusters to go scorching over the roads in a brand new horseless carriage, yes, way back then, delicious, malty-rich grape nuts were making a hit at American breakfast tables. And they've been making a hit ever since. Today, you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in 2 delicious forms. Grape nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. And grape nuts flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both have a malty-rich, sweet-as-a-nut goodness that's absolutely distinctive. A flavor with punch and zest that makes breakfast a high spot of the day. And Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes are both Basic 7 foods, for they supply all-around whole-grain nourishment. Our government wants us to eat more of such cereals, for they're plentiful, not rationed, and they help to take the place of scarcer foods. So for real energy-giving nourishment, plus rich, unusual flavor and texture, make it Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes in the morning, every morning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Mary, are you sure it's all right?
Certainly. Isn't it, Phil?
Sure. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second broadcast of the season, we bring you the First Lady of Grape Nuts, Miss Mary Livingston.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Mary talking. And, Don, the reason I asked you to introduce me is because Jack's out in the hall talking to his new writers.
His writers?
Not so loud, Don. Not so loud. You know, people think I ad-lib this stuff here, you know. I'm one of them spontaneous men.
I'm sorry, Phil.
Say, Mary, how's Jackson since he got home?
Oh, Phil, it's simply awful. Since he got back from North Africa, that's all he talks about. He absolutely drives you nuts.
Are you kidding?
Kidding? You want to know something? Jack's a bigger ham now than he was before he left.
No, don't do that to me. I got a wife and baby. Maybe 2.
No, it's the truth, fellas. This military stuff has really gotten into Jack's system. Gosh, how he'd love to be a general. What a guy.
I can't understand Jack wanting to be a soldier. Wasn't he in the Navy in the last war?
Yeah, but he was in the Army the war before that. Oh, and there's one thing I got to tell you, kids. You'll never believe this.
What is it, Mary?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
Well, then go ahead, tell us. What is it?
Well, yesterday morning, while Jack was shaving, he cut his cheek.
Yeah?
And ever since then, he's been calling himself Old Blood and Guts. Oh, he's impossible.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's Jack now, out in the hall.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What you doing, drilling?
Either that or counting his hair. Who knows?
Say, Mary, do you think I ought to go out and get Jack away from these boys?
No, I'll go. And I hope he's forgotten about his African campaign.
Up, 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 4. Up, 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 4. Up, 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 4. Riders, halt!
Present pencils. A fine bunch of comedy writers. Recruits from the Allen program. Rookies, every one of you. Just look at you. Walter, pull in your typewriter.
Yes, sir.
And Josephsburg, your pencil. Look at that point.
That's my head, sir.
I mean the one with the eraser on it. And Tackerberry, where's Howard?
He went AWOL to Red Skelton, sir.
He did, eh? Now, listen, men. This is no picnic, you know. You got a job to do, and I'm going to see that you do it. And you. Look at you with your hair hanging down in your face. I never had that trouble with Bill Morrow.
But, sir, wasn't he bald?
That's beside the point.
That's my head, sir.
And I had another writer with me for 8 years, Eddie Boulogne. Do you know where he is now?
In the sanitarium, sir?
Now, cut that out, Walter. All right, men, you can go downstairs to your room now and write next week's program.
Yes, sir.
About face, forward, march. Hey, look out for that window! Well, I guess they're all right, darn it. Oh, boy, 35 weeks of this.
Well, it serves you right.
Oh, hello, Mary.
If you stop acting like a top sergeant in the movies, you wouldn't have so much trouble. Now, come on in, Jack. The program's half over.
Okay.
Well, here he is, fellas.
Hello, Jack. We've been waiting for you.
Hiya, Jackson. At ease, man.
Shall we line up for inspection?
Not now. Play, Phil. You see, Mary, I have to discipline the boys. That's the only... People Will Say We're in Love, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, Mary tells us you've gone military since you got back from Africa. What's the idea?
What do you mean?
Well, she says the army life has gone to your head.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Didn't you try to buy an officer's uniform with 2 pair of shoulders?
Mary, it was just a buck private's uniform. And I had a hard time finding one.
Well, let's go into a lot of trouble just to get in the movies for half price, Bub.
Phil, gags like that put you in Fred Allen's class, and he's not working. Anyway, as long as you brought it up, the part of the Army I'm interested in is the Air Corps.
There you are, fellas.
I really am. I'm interested in the Air Corps.
Last night he brought down 6 flies with a spray gun, so now he's an 8.
I brought down 7 and 3 probables. If you're getting out communiques, sister, get them right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our... Come in. Yes?
Oh, Mr. Benny. Remember me from last week? I'm the cab driver that brought you in from the airport.
Oh, yes, certainly. Yeah, your name is...
Crowley.
Yes, I remember. You have a brother over in North Africa.
Yes, Joe's the corporal.
Yes. Oh, of course, certainly. Corporal Crowley, yeah.
I can't understand you not running into him. He was in Africa at the same time you were.
Look, Buddy, I told you last week, I saw so many soldiers. I mean, how would I know your brother?
Well, a couple of months ago, we got into a debate with an MP and lost 3 front teeth.
Well, it just so happens that every soldier I saw had all his front teeth.
Then you've probably seen Joe. He had a bridge put in.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I know how you feel. I mean, you've got a brother who's a corporal in the Army, and you're proud of him. I'm proud of him, too. I mean, but how can I pick out among thousands and thousands of men?
Well, there's Stratford did.
Look, Mr. Crowley, look, I know, but we've got a program to do. I'll talk to you later. Just take a chair and sit down over there, will you?
Okay.
Thank you. You know, Mary, he's a nice guy, and I can understand how he feels, but what can I do?
What's that?
My writers, they finally thought of a joke. One of them didn't like it.
He will next time.
You said it. Huh? You know, Mary, guys like that, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, how are you, kid?
Fine, sir.
Dennis, you don't have to salute me in the studio.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to call me sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis, look, just act natural, you see, but don't overdo it,
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, you must have a very funny program. As I was coming in, I heard people laughing and screaming.
Well, that wasn't the audience, Dennis. That was my writers.
Well, they're people, aren't they, Miss Livingston?
I'm not so sure about the one that's got his ears tied in a bow.
Mary, he has to tie them. There's a bobby pin shortage. Anyway...
Say, Mr. Benny,
Yeah.
Do you think you can get one of your writers to relieve me this evening?
Well...
Relieve you of what, Dennis?
I'm on sentry duty in front of Mr. Benny's room every night.
Dennis, it's just until...
Isn't that awful?
Well, listen, kid, you don't have to stand there all night. When Jackson goes to sleep, why don't you beat it?
Oh, I don't dare. He's got his bed pushed up to the door, and he keeps peeking at me through the keyhole.
Dennis, stop exaggerating, will you? And let's have your song.
Okay.
Gee, you'd think that the...
Cracks his knuckles a lot. Funny it didn't hear him.
Who?
My brother, Corporal Crowley.
Look, you told me about his knuckles last week. Now, look at Crowley. Won't you please... Hey, those writers are really on the beam. I'll go down and see what gags they've dreamed up. Excuse me, kid.
All right, Dennis. While Jack's gone, you might as well do your song.
Okay, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hold it a minute. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Rochester, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm all right.
That's good. Can I speak to old Blood and Guts?
You mean Mr. Benny?
That's what they called him before he cut himself.
Rochester, has he been giving you that military stuff, too?
Has he? He won't let me out of the hotel room without a 3-day pass. You know what else, Miss Livingston?
What?
He made me sew 4 stars on his nightgown and a service stripe on his DVDs.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
So far.
Well, Rochester, Mr. Benny just stepped out, but I'll tell him you called.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. I'll be right over to pick him up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where did I put my helmet?
A service stripe on his BVD.
Okay, kids. Hey, let's get on with the show.
Say, Jack, what were your writers laughing about? Did they think up some good gags for you?
No, they were listening to a record of Burns and Allen. Sing, Dennis. A fine bunch of guys I've got. Say, he does look funny with his ears tied in a bow at that, you know? He really does.
Dear, your tenderly smiling face. Through days of bitter and gray and grim, through nights when even the stars are dim. Sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace. A world so lovely, a world by far. When how sweet you are. How sweet to know my heart can glow from just the warmth of our first embrace.
How Sweet You Are from that sensational film, Thank Your Lucky Stars, presented by the famous Warner Brothers and made by that talented and lovable producer, Mark Hellinger, making a happy combination.
Jack, what are you worried about? You're signed for your next picture.
Oh, yes.
And sung by Dennis Day.
That's right. I'm sorry, kid. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Sung by Dennis Day. That lovable tenor with the golden voice.
Thanks.
And do you good folks know why Dennis has such a sweet and golden voice?
No. Why?
Because he eats grape nuts and grape nuts flakes, thereby enjoying one delicious flavor in 2 distinctive forms. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes. Grape nuts are so crunchy, and the flakes, they are so munchy, that I always eat a bunchy for my breakfast and my luncheon.
Dennis, how about dinner?
Thanks. Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, you won't. And bring your own grape nuts. And now, folks, for our feature... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Brown's the name, John Brown. I'm a reporter for the Associated Press. They sent me over here to get an interview.
Well, I'm always glad to see the gentlemen of the press. Great bunch of boys.
Don't give me that, chum. I hate this as much as you love it.
Well, Mr. Brown...
I want a story and you need publicity, so start talking.
Well, look, Mr. Brown...
I got to make a deadline and you want to see your puss in print.
Well, Mr. Brown...
Now, tell me about your trip. Where did you go? What did you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, fellow, I don't want to brag.
But you will. You will.
No, Mr. Brown, I'm not bragging at all. I was in Central Africa, Cairo, the Persian Gulf.
Yes.
I was also in Sicily, Italy.
Were you in Tripoli?
Yes.
Casablanca?
What did you say, mister?
I said, were you in Casablanca?
Was I in Casablanca? Let me tell you a story, Mr. Brown. Come closer. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Casablanca in 1939. Across the Mediterranean to Oran. Then by train or camel or foot across the rim of Africa to Casablanca in French Morocco, where some men sell their souls for a passport, but others wait and wait and wait.
Casablanca, the crossroads of the world. The scene is Ricky Bogart's nightclub, where the high, the low, the fallen, and the mighty gather to see this man of mystery, Ricky.
Closing up for the night, Mr. Ricky. Better come on with me. You've had enough to drink.
No, Sam. I want to stay here and brood. I want to brood, Sam.
What are you brooding about?
You know what it is. It's her, Sam. Ingrid. When we split up in Paris, she left me. She left me, Sam. Left me a sad and broken down old man.
That's the way she found you, boy.
Oh, Ingrid. Ingrid. I thought I'd gotten you out of my mind. But you come back like a ghost, haunting me. Haunting me. But I won't take you back, see? I won't do it.
If Humphrey Bogart's listening, it doesn't get any better.
Sam, play that song for me again, will you?
What's the use, Mr. Ricky? It only brings back memories.
I don't care. Play it.
Say, my brother was in Casablanca. Maybe you saw him there.
Look, Crowley. Crowley, not now. I'm having trouble with a girl. Just sit down, Crowley. Sit down and pour yourself a drink, will you?
Okay, thanks.
Ingrid. Go ahead, Sam. Play that song. I want to hear it once more.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is a...
That's it, Sam. Sing it, boy.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As the time goes by. Sing it, boys.
And when two lovers woo, they still say I love you. Oh, cock-a-doodle-doo.
The fundamental things apply as time goes by.
As time goes by.
What a song. What a song, Sam. It tortures me. It tortures me, but I love it. Here, Crowley. Crowley, have another drink. Sing it, Sam.
Moonlight and love songs, never on a day.
Hearts full of passion, jealousy, and hate.
Woman needs man, and man must have his man.
That no one can deny. Attaboy, Crowley. Say, Crowley, haven't you got a brother up here in... Haven't you got a brother up here in North Africa?
Yeah, how did you know?
I met his brother in New York. He's a cab driver.
Never heard of him.
Me neither. Sing it, Sam. Sing that song that keeps breaking my heart.
You must remember this. A kiss is still a... Mr. Ricky! Mr. Ricky, look!
What is it, Sam?
Look in the doorway. It's her. It's her.
Ingrid. My Ingrid.
You must remember a kiss is still a kiss. I saw you just a sigh.
Ingrid, my darling. Ingrid, and you came back to me.
The fundamental things act like
as I told her. And you, Mr. Brown. You asked me if I was ever in Casablanca. Play, Phil. Friends, I'd like to take just a moment to tell you something about the WAC. They're making a tremendous contribution to victory. I know their spirit and courage, their immense pride in their jobs, and they have a right to be proud. The trouble is, there aren't enough of them to do all the things that need doing. So won't you give some serious thought to joining up? The WAC uniform is a mark of rare distinction. It's the uniform of the greatest army in the world. Now, maybe you don't realize this, but there are 155 different kinds of jobs open right now in the WAC. Well, out of 155 jobs, you can certainly find one that will suit your own special abilities. So think it over. You can go to your local WAC recruiting station and get all the details. You know, every woman who joins the WAC helps to bring victory closer. Helps to bring our American boys back home quicker. And that's something we all want to do.
Remember the old-fashioned way of learning the alphabet? A is for apple, B is for books. Well, today it's different. A is for adequate, B is for breakfast, and G is for grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. 2 grand cereals for your adequate breakfast. You know, nutrition experts tell us breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and at that time, we should get at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment. And what's more, they say a cereal supplying whole grain nourishment is a must in the adequate breakfast. Well, you can't do better than choose grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. They taste so good, moldy, rich, and sweet as a nut. And grape nuts and grape nuts flakes both bring you whole grain food values. So there, in one swell, tempting treat, you're getting a wonderful start on your day's nourishment needs. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are thrifty, plentiful, not rations. Better make them a breakfast time habit at your house. Grape nuts flakes.
We're a little late, so good night, folks. There you go.
Hot grape nut sweet meal. There's a treat as is a treat. Try a bowl of this rousing, rich, hot brown cereal, and you'll say it's the best ever. Has a gloriously smooth, full-bodied texture. Has the rich goodness of roasted whole wheat. Has the grand whole grain nourishment. And grape nut sweet meal cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. That's hot grape nuts sweet meal.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated.
welcome you here to our show this afternoon on behalf of our sponsor. You know, we're one of the few remaining radio shows that's lucky enough to have a sponsor. So if you enjoy yourself during the next half hour, you could do us all a big favor, if you would. And that is, sometime this week, stop by your neighborhood RCA Victor dealer and pick up a 27-inch television set or a record player or something. Because we'd like to be working up here next year at the same time. Incidentally, this is the start of our third year for RCA, and of course, as you folks know, now Phil is out on his own. And one more thing I'd like to tell you, this year we're changing our time. It's going to be a big lineup on Friday night. Bob Hope, followed by our show. So remember, when you hear the show, to tune in Friday night for Hope and Harris. So let's get Phil off to a big start on his new time. Back to Bob Hope. So let's give a big welcome to Mr. Phil Harris.
Thank you, and you're right. No, seriously, ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you what it means to me to have me come out here all by myself. You're all applauding. You got those smiles on your faces. And I just want to tell you I love you for it because I need it. I've been with Jack Benny for 16 years, and there ain't no money connected with that job. Anything you can do to help me earn an honest living, the time is now. And also a bad start. When I married Alice, they told me she had money, but I'll be damned if I can find it. Everywhere. We do have a good show for you, and I'm very happy with the script. I'm very happy that we have such a lovely crowd here. And I want to introduce some of the people, but first I'm very happy to see servicemen in the audience. And I want you guys to know that you're always welcome to my show, and especially you sailors, because during the last war I was in the Navy myself. I fought the Battle of Catalina. They have a very unique way, you'll get a kick out of you guys in the Navy, of selecting their enlisted men when I went in the Navy according to what they'd done in private life. For instance, I went in with a couple of buddies of mine. One of them was a street cleaner, and they put him on a minesweeper. And another guy was a construction guy. He tore down buildings and everything, and they put him on a destroyer. How I ever wound up on a ferry boat, I'll tell you. You hear the story about the guy walked the barber shop, said, how many head-of-it? The barber says 3. The guy went out, he don't come back. Comes in the next day, says the barber, how many head-of-it? The barber says 3. The guy goes out again, don't come back. Now the barber's going crazy. He don't know what to do. So he said to Bootleg, he says, look, every day a guy comes in, wants to know how many head. I tell him he goes out, he don't come back. If he does it tomorrow, follow him. I want to know. Next day the guy came in. The barber says, how many head of it? The barber says 3. The guy went out. The Bootleg followed him. Came back in about 20 minutes. The barber says, where'd he go? Where'd he go? The Bootleg says, to your house. Got tired of it. He went to the barber, and the barber put the part from here over to here. And he gave him bangs in front and bangs in the back. But he said it got awfully monotonous because people kept coming up whispering in his nose. Blind drunk, fell out of the 12-story building, fell down, boom, he hit. There's a big crowd around. He's up brushing himself off. The fellow walks up and says, what happened? He says, damn fine, I just got here. Say hello to Bill Foreman, ladies and gentlemen. Like me, he's seen himself in television. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that whatever little success we've attained, it's not due to any one or two people. It's our organization. And we're very fortunate in having a very competent organization. For instance, every one that you see sitting up on that stand does an outstanding job on his or her particular instrument. See, there's things that I know that you don't. You take the leader. He's all right. We're very happy about him in as much as we think that he's one of our up-and-coming geniuses as far as the music business is concerned, and I'm not kidding now. I'm on the level. Already, he's had 2 things already played in the Hollywood Bowl. He's been nominated 6 times for the Academy Award. Last year, he was nominated again, and just like the few votes of winning it for all of the beautiful arranging and directing of the music that you heard in that wonderful picture, the Hans Christian Andersen story. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter Now you to meet whose fault it is, because without her, I don't think the program would be possible. I don't want to go into a big eulogy. I just want to tell you that she's not only the most beautiful girl in the world, but this kid's got talent, too. Alice Faye! Nuts about me. Give me the right spot. Here is now a couple of the little girls that play the part of Alice and Phyllis, and they, too, are two of the outstanding little actresses in our business. They've been with us ever since we started. We've watched them grow up. They're wonderful and just as clever as the Dickens. Janine Roos and Ann Whitfield. Come on. They don't come too young for me. Women, I just... Honey, you know you got all of me. Here's a new fellow to our organization. We're very happy with him. The only thing I'm worried about is a little too handsome. That's the only thing, and young. But he's a marvelous actor, and I know you've seen a lot of his pictures lately on television. He's our new William, plays the part of Alice's brother, a wonderful performer, and a wonderful guy, John Hubbard, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the little kid that steals our show every week, and we're very happy about it because we not only love him, but he is just chock full of talent. Plays the part of Julius Fabruzio, the grocery boy, Walter Tetler. Come on, Walter. Of course, the program wouldn't be complete without those four guys, and anytime you see them build around the country, I want you to go see them. Take my word for it, it's the greatest act you've ever seen. Jackson's had them for many years on his cute commercials. We've had them ever since we started. We love them. The Four Sportsmen, ladies and gentlemen. And now, the one and only Elliot Lewis. That's our cast, ladies and gentlemen. All I ask you to do this, our opening show, please laugh. If you laugh, laugh loud. Or if you cry, cry loud. Everything you do, do it loud, will you, please? I just want to get in here again. Thank you, and have a good time. King Arthur had his shining nights. Cleopatra had her day. But you lucky people, you've got Harris and RCA.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, transcribed, written by Ed James and Phil Shukin, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, John Hubbard, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight's little epic is entitled The Courtship of Elliot Lewis, or A Drummer Gets Stuck with Any Old Girl, but a Guitarist Can Take His Pick. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Bill Harris. Vacations, like everything else, must come to an end. Once again, it's breakfast time in the Harris household, and we find the Harrises, Alice and Phil, in vastly different moods. Alice is grumbling over a red-hot stove, but Phil is smiling and gay as he trips lightly down the stairs. A smile on his lips and a song in his boyish heart. Boyish.
Pretend you're normal when you ain't. So for my bands had no complaints. Just call for Harris if you're all alone and find you on some cocktails for two. I'm running all the way. Oh, Lottie. Oh, hi, Alice, honey.
Hi.
Boy, that was some vacation we had, wasn't it?
Vacation? I spent 3 months as a combination bellhop and bottle opener for you and that Elliot Lewis. Some vacation.
Oh, now, wait a minute, honey. It wasn't that bad. I remember one day we didn't see Elliot for almost a whole hour.
Sure, but we had to hide in a cave.
Look, forget about Elliot, honey. Don't worry about him. Hey, what do you got for breakfast?
Well, you have your choice between 3-minute eggshells and some southern fried coffee grounds.
That sounds... Fried coffee grounds?
That's all that's left, Clyde. Elliot got here first.
You mean he was here for breakfast?
His breakfast and everybody else's.
Well, where's the lovable locust now?
In the fruit bowl, diving for pears.
Well, where's the paper, honey?
Elliot ate it.
Now, wait a minute, Alice. That's silly. He might have ate the sport page, but not the whole paper.
Oh, this is getting serious, Phil. We've got to get rid of him.
Look, Alice, I can't throw Elliot out into the street like an old arrangement of Tiger Rag. He's my pal, and as long as I got a home, he's welcome. Nobody's going to throw him out.
All right. Then you pay for the food he eats.
You mean out of my allowance?
Out of your allowance.
That deadbeat's got to go. Why don't he dig up his own meal ticket like I did?
Honey, that's it. Let's find a wife for Elliot.
Oh, wife, honey. How crazy can you get? Who's going to stand for a guy with baggy pants and a wrinkled shirt and a 3-day growth of beard and a... Hey, you know, he'd make a good husband.
That's what I said.
And it'll be good for Elliot's pride. He won't have to mooch up with no strangers. He can have a house of his own he can mooch in. And besides... Nah, it ain't going to work.
Well, why not? Honey, we can show him how much he's missing. We'll show him how happy we are with one another, with our children, and our home. Darling, we'll show him the true meaning of love and contentment.
Alice.
Yes, Phil?
Will you marry me?
I've got a license to prove I did. Now, look, you go to work on Elliot and sell him a bill of goods.
Okay, baby, I'll call him.
No, you don't have to. I'll just light the stove.
Hi, Alice, what's cooking?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, hi, Curly. You got up, huh?
No, but I ought to be up any minute now.
Phil, why don't you and Elliot have a nice talk while I fix some more breakfast? Huh?
Yeah, honey, we'll do that. Come on, Elliot, sit down. We'll have a nice talk, okay?
Okay. What do you want to have a nice talk about, Curly?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought that...
What about girls? That's a nice thing to talk about.
Well,
Go ahead. You start.
All right. Ain't that Alice a living doll? Don't she look pretty bending over that stove?
Yeah. What a stove.
Hey, Elliot, wouldn't you like to have somebody cooking breakfast for you every morning?
I got somebody.
You have?
Sure. Alice.
I mean somebody else, you dope.
What are you trying to do, Curly? Get rid of Alice?
Of course not.
So what's the pitch?
Look, Elliot, I'm trying to tell you, marriage is a wonderful thing. Now, if a fella's going to get married, I say the only thing to get married to is a wife.
You've got something there, Curly. I don't know what you got, but you got something.
Elliot, let's sit down.
We're sitting down.
Well, let's stand up.
Well, I'm comfortable this way. Keep talking, Curly. You intrigue me.
Look, Elliot, living the kind of life you do is no good.
It ain't?
No, it's awful. Now, what do you do every day? You get up any time you feel like it. You go to bed any time you feel like it. If you want to go out with a babe, you go. You got no worries, no responsibilities, no...
What's the matter, Curly?
How'd you ever get into a mess like that?
Just lucky, I guess.
Look, Elliot, now what can you do in a pool room that you can't do right here in this house?
Shoot some pool?
Don't care if I do. Why don't we pick up a couple of guys? Wait a minute! Now, where was I? What was I saying?
I ought to get married.
Oh, yeah. Look, just think of it, Elliot. A little house all your own fireplace, your own television set. with a built-in bar. And then you come home at night and there's somebody waiting for you. Arms outstretched, lips outstretched.
What am I marrying? Are you Bangy?
Elliot, will you please shut up?
I'm sorry, Phil. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, don't forget, Elliot, you and your wife won't always be two. Because soon you'll be 3. Or maybe 4. And one day there'll be the patter of little feet.
No bodies, huh?
That's right, no bodies, just feet.
I was only asking you.
I'm only telling you.
Well, you don't have to get mad.
I ain't mad. Sparks always come out of my ears like this.
Okay. Go ahead with the feet bit.
I'm trying to tell you, Elliot, you'll hear the patter of little feet. You'll come down to breakfast in your own little kitchen with your own little wife and with her own little hair wrapped up in her own little curlers and her own little face covered with the... Maybe we better skip that part out.
Of course, sounds fascinating.
But, Elliot, it's a whole brand new kind of life. Don't you realize it's peaceful and calm and quiet? You sit down every morning with the sun shining in the window and the birds singing in the trees and your wonderful family gathered all around you. There's a feeling of peace and contentment. Everything's quiet and calm.
Hiya, Mom, Pop. Hi, Uncle Elliot. Good morning, Angel. I can't stop now. I'm late for school. But, Alice, I'll pack something in a lunchroom. Come on, everybody. See you later. And away we go.
Where was I?
Quiet and calm.
Like I said, Elliot, everything's peaceful and calm. And you get a feeling like you've never had before.
Hey, everybody, look out for the Through Express. Oh, sit down, Phyllis. I'm coming through. Can't be late for football practice.
Football practice?
She's playing football?
Daddy, I'm the coach.
Well, Phyllis,
I'll eat at the training table, Mom. Goodbye, everybody.
Who was that, the kid from left field?
Alice, it's like I said at the beginning. This thing is hopeless.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, good morning, Willie.
Well, if it isn't Mrs. Faye's revenge.
Good morning, Elliot and Philip. Wonderful day, isn't it?
I liked it. Until you came pussyfooting in.
Oh, Phil.
Well, why can't he just fall down the stairs like Alice and Phyllis and everybody else? Sneaks up and back of you like Indian underwear.
Philip, I know exactly how you feel toward me. And even though I warned Alice before your marriage as to your low character and limited mentality, I must say, in all fairness, that my opinion of you has never changed.
Well, at least... Wait a minute. Now, give me that whole thing again from the beginning.
Never mind, Phil. William has to have his breakfast.
No breakfast today, Pet. Just sign these checks, and I'll get along to the office.
Why does she have to sign the checks before breakfast?
Well, there are just a few for the gas and the phone and your allowance.
Go ahead, honey. You better sign them checks. He's the beginning.
Give me a pen.
Hey, Curly, you mean Alice signs the check for your allowance?
Yeah. I don't mind, except when Willie takes them off her income tax as a bad debt. That burns me up.
Alice pays the bills and gives you an allowance, too, huh?
The only reason we use Alice's money is to air out the vault. It keeps the big bills from mildewing.
An allowance? What do you know?
Oh, that's fine, Alice. Thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome, Willie.
A real live allowance.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, dear.
Hey, wait a second, Elliot. Listen to this.
I didn't hear nothing.
That's what I mean. He goes out like that every time, the thing.
Hey, you know, Curly, I've been thinking about what you said. You know, about peace and quiet and the rest of that stuff. I sure been missing a lot, ain't I?
Why, Elliot?
A home and a fireplace and kids running around the house like a picket fence. Sounds pretty good.
See what I told you, Alice? I told you I'd sell him. Okay, Elliot, now all we got to do is to dig you up a wife. What do you got in mind?
Well, She ought to be a girl.
I'm with you 100 %. A girl. Any particular kind?
I see a girl, Curly, you know what I mean, a real feminine type of girl with a checkbook.
That's all, huh?
I got a pen.
Oh, Phil, this is ridiculous.
Anybody home? I've done the groceries.
You can't just marry a checkbook.
Why not? Curly did.
I didn't either. And you quit saying stuff like that, or so help me, I'm going to slug you.
Phil.
I'll testify against him, Miss Faye. I seen the whole thing. He hit you with every punch in the book. Then he hit you with the book.
I didn't do no such thing.
You pleaded and pleaded, but he only laughed. Yeah. And threw your quivering young body into the cedar closet.
Cut it out now, will you?
Therefore, gentlemen of the jury,
I'm being framed. I tell you, I want a lawyer.
Oh, Phil, stop it. And you too, Julius.
Gee, Miss Faye, I was only trying to protect you.
What are you doing here so early anyway? You ain't supposed to deliver them groceries for another hour.
Oh, I'm taking the afternoon off. Me rich aunt is coming to town. And boy, is she loaded.
Curly, I'm way ahead of you. Hey, Julius, buddy.
Keep away from me, I'm warning you.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. Now, when you say your aunt is loaded, are you referring to her financial or liquid condition?
Look, she owns a brewery.
A brewery and money? Bingo! Hey, Elliot. Man, this is the greatest parlay of all time.
The patter of little feet running through the mash barrel. Checkbooks floating in bourbon.
Annuities over the rocks.
What are Jekyll and Hyde talking about, Miss Faye?
Oh, nothing, Julius. Hey, how would you and your aunt like to have dinner with us tonight, huh?
Miss Faye, you mean you'd invite poor little insignificant me to dinner?
And bring the brewery.
Ah.
I mean your aunt.
I'll be sitting at the same table with lovely, adorable Miss Faye.
Yeah.
I'll be drinking soup that her precious lips puckered to cool off.
Yeah, Julius.
I'll be eating a flounder she filleted with her own little hands.
Julius.
I'll be eating a souffle she souffled just for me.
Down, Rob. Get down now.
What have I done to deserve this? What have I done?
Well, that takes care of that. She'll be here for dinner, Elliot.
Yeah, but what are we doing till dinner?
That's easy. We'll play an RCA Victor record.
You mean until tonight?
Look, Elliot, when RCA Victor makes a 45 extended play record, they don't fool around. They really extend it. It extends from breakfast clear through to dinner. I'll show you. Put it on, honey.
All right. Here goes.
Bye-bye, babe, bye-bye. Sorry we must fly to you.
Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye. And just to show that I care, I will write and declare that I'm on the loose, but I'll stay on the square. I'll be lonely, but even though I'm lonely, there'll be no other guy. Though I'll be gone for a while, I know that I'll be smiling with my baby by and by.
Bye-bye, my little baby. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye.
Although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose, you are still on the square?
I'll be lonely, but send that rainbow to me.
here for dinner.
Oh, Phil, will you take care of Julius's aunt?
Like how, honey?
Like let her in.
Oh, yes. Come on, Elliot. We got to let the brewmaster in.
Wait till I get a chair and a whip.
Elliot, she ain't going to be that bad.
She's Julius's aunt, ain't she?
So what? Now, Elliot, will you please put down the whip?
But Curly...
The chair will be enough.
Well, okay, if you say so.
Besides, there's going to be two of us and only one of her.
How do you know?
I'm guessing. Now, go ahead, open the door.
Hey, Curly.
Open the door, Elliot.
Curly, my whole life is flashing before my eyes.
Well, when you get to the part where your arm is long enough, open the door.
But, Curly...
Move over, will you? I'll open the door myself.
Okay. Go ahead, Curly. I'm ready to meet my fate.
Good evening, I'm... Yay!
Hello, boys. I'm Julius's aunt. You can close the door now. I'm in.
Close the door, Curly. She might get out.
Wow. It's sure a nice night for closing them doors.
It's a beautiful night.
Gorgeous.
What's your friend doing with a chair?
He always carries a chair around like that.
Yeah. Would you like to sit down, Julius?
You can call me Clara.
Clara. Gee, that's a beautiful name.
Clara. I used to know a Clara. Only she was a cigar. And she didn't have a wrapper like yours.
Quite a card, ain't he, Clara? Hey, by the way, where's Julius? Didn't he come?
Oh, yes. He's, parking the car.
He's what?
Parking the truck.
They do like quite a bit alike, you know. Well, I think this is the last time we're going to be on, so we might as well just carry this on. Well, now, let me see. Where were we, old buddy? I know where I was, but where were you? Parking the truck, huh? Well, we'd better go out and see him, huh, Elliot?
Well, I want to see that little creep boy.
Will you stop? Don't pay no attention to him, Clara. Look, honey, why don't you go into the living room and make yourself comfortable, and me and Elliot have got some business with Julius, huh? Come on, lover.
Okay, if you say so.
And don't go too far, boys. I'll be waiting for you.
We'll be back in a minute.
Bye, Clara.
Hey, Curly, I can't believe it. Oh, money and a brewery and what a built.
But what about Julius?
I like Clara's built better.
Oh, Elliot, listen to me. Don't you realize now if we don't keep Julius out of here, he's liable to queer the whole deal?
He wouldn't.
Why wouldn't he?
I guess he would. What'll we do, Curly?
Don't worry about him. I got him all fixed.
Yeah?
Come on.
Right.
Hiya, fellas. I was just... Hey, wait a minute. What you doing with me? Put me down, will you, fellas? Mr. Harris, he's just hating me little arms. He's just breaking me poor little wrist. He's just... Stop it, will you? You want us to call the cops? Fellas, cut it out. You're squeezing me little head. Police! Hey, police! Let me out of here! Somebody, anybody! Police! Major! Help!
You know, I didn't think he'd fit in the mailbox.
Oh, sure. You put him in sideways. Hey. You better come on now. Now we got the business. Let's get going.
Where?
Are you kidding?
No.
Where?
Where?
Clara. The body. Your little bride. She's sitting in the living room.
Hey, Curly, what if she says no?
She can't say no. Alice would kill me.
But Curly...
Hold it, Rob. Now, come on. Just let me do the talking. Just lay there.
Yeah.
Hey, Clara. How's every little thing?
You have a charming place, Mr. Harris. Just charming.
Place? You call this a place? This ain't nothing. You ought to see Elliot's dive at the dump. I mean, where Elliot lives. Right, Elliot? Right. He's got a place that's really a place, Clara. Hot and cold running doorknobs, wall-to-wall floors, and on a clear day, Catalina can see him. Right?
Right. Clara?
Yes, Elliot.
What's next?
Wait on Elliot, come over here a minute, will you? I want to talk to you. Excuse us just a minute, will you, Clara? Well, you crazy or something? What do you want to do, quit the whole deal?
Why? What'd I do?
You can't jump at these things. You got to lead up to them, kind of gradual.
That's just what I did.
Well, go slower. Talk about something else first.
Okay. Clara?
Yes, Elliot.
What do you think of the Brooklyn Dodgers?
Oh, I think they're wonderful.
What's next?
Elliot!
Still too fast?
Certainly it's too fast. You know something, Clara? If you got...
What's the matter with you guys? You crazy or something?
Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you ever hear of doors?
Who needs doors? They stuffed me in a mailbox and now I gotta use doors yet.
Wait a minute, look.
You wanna know how I got out?
No, I don't want to know how you got out.
Well, I'm gonna tell you how I got out. No stamps.
Clara, will you excuse us for just a minute,
Wait
please?
till I tell me father what you done. Just wait. You know what I'm going to tell me father? He'll have you thrown in jail for the rest of your life. That's what I'm going to tell me father.
Come on, Elliot. Let's get him out of here.
What do you want to do? Stuff me innocent little body in a trunk? You axe murderers, you.
Alice, Elliot, take care of him, will you?
You fiends and fiends clubbing you. You'll rue the day you ever laid eyes on me. That's what you'll rue.
I got him, Curly.
You'll rue the day you ever laid a finger.
Okay, take your hand off his mouth, Elliot.
Okay.
I'll be a lily white body, and when I tell the DA what you do...
Let him talk, Elliot.
You mean all night?
He'll run down.
Okay.
He'll be electrocuted for life.
Are you finished?
There he is. Now I'm finished.
Look, Julius, you got us all wrong. We want to be your friends.
Yeah, like a cat wants to be friends with a mouse.
Keep still, you little rat.
Elliot, please.
Oh, sure, he wants to be my friend. Listen to him.
Look, he wants to be more than a friend to you, kid. He wants to be your uncle.
He wants to be my uncle. Him.
What's the matter with that?
He's in love, Julius. He worships the very hops your aunt walks on. And he'll make her a good husband, wouldn't you, Elliot?
I would devote my entire allowance to making her happy.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe I was wrong.
There you are, Elliot. Julius is a good kid at heart.
Yeah, maybe we can make a deal. How about 50-50?
50-50?
Julius, do you mean to say you'd take 50% of your Uncle Elliot's allowance? You'd stoop to a low, miserable, conniving trick like that?
Would you?
You know, when you get right down to it, Elliot, it ain't a bad deal.
Well, okay, Curly, if you say so.
Now, how's about a small retainer? You know, a little token of good faith that you're going to jip me in.
This kid's got no soul.
Well, do I get it or do I go in and squeal to me Aunt Clara like the dirty little rat that I am?
Julius, as you grow older, you'll learn that the love of money is the root of all evil. We'll be relatives, you and I, bound by the blessed ties of matrimony. Would you sully that kinship by this low display of avarice, this mean attempt at extortion?
I'll take your gold elf's tooth and your fountain pen.
Julius, how can you be so mean?
I take shots.
Give him the elf's tooth, Elliot.
But it was my mother.
You don't need it. Let her gum her way.
Okay. Here, you little crumb. Wear it in bad health.
What do you know? I'm an elf.
Okay, Elliot, get going. Clara's waiting.
Hey, I'm going to sweep her off her feet. I'll make that John Alden character look like a bum.
Good luck. Oh, Harris, you're a doll. A living doll.
What's so funny, Mr. Harris?
Hey, Julius, you got to hand it to me. I put it over like a dream. Elliot's going to get married, and then I can mooch my breakfast in his house. Oh, Harris, you're a genius. A living genius.
Hey, Mr. Harris, you know how Aunt Clara's me aunt? She's married to me father's brother. What does that make you?
Oh, Harris, you're a dead duck.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Your mealtime problem, like that of most homemakers, is to come up with new menus for your family. To take the humdrum routine out of 3 meals every day. An RCA Estate gas or electric range will solve your problem. See how the new RCA Estate coaxes exciting new flavors from familiar foods with new modern cooking methods. Before you buy, see all the years ahead features of the RCA Estate range. It grills, bakes, barbecues, and does it all at the same time. Look up your RCA Estate dealer in the yellow pages of your phone book. Let him show you these new RCA Estate ranges, gas or electric.
This is Phil again. It's sure nice being back with you folks again. And, oh, by the way, here's a little dope on our new time. From now on, Fridays is the H&H night on NBC, with our show following that great guy, Bob Hope. So tell everybody you meet that from now on, where there's Hope, there's Harris, on Friday nights. Honey, say good night.
Good night, everybody.
Stop padding your part. Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed was Jacqueline Fontaine. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. This has been an NBC Radio Network production.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang. Time to rustle the rump around the rostrum and reel in some ribald raucuses in answer to your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Incidentally, this month marks the 5,000th hour of broadcasting from the AES at Tehran in the Persian Gulf Command. And in honor of them, Command Performance has selected as your mistress of ceremonies on this particular stanza the lovely star of Universal Pictures, Deanna Durbin.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hi, fellas.
Pardon me, Deanna.
What is it, Don?
Well, Deanna, I hate to bother you, but something has just come up, and I think you ought to know about it.
Really?
Yes, you know, Jack Benny's on the program tonight.
Yes, but not till later in the show.
Well, he didn't understand it that way. You see, he's been a master of ceremonies so long, he assumed he was going to run things tonight.
Oh. Well, where's Jack now?
Well, he's backstage mumbling to himself and writing down with Deanna Durbin on all the dressing room doors.
Oh, I'm sorry Jack is so upset.
But I'm sure that you can straighten things out, Deanna. And when he comes in, be diplomatic, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Here he comes now.
I must be tactful.
Yes.
Gentlemen of the AEF, meet the great comedian who has entertained you in person in almost every theater of operations, Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks. Hi, fellas.
Welcome to Command Performance, Jack.
Thanks, you little sneak.
Now, Jack, you shouldn't feel like that. I was called upon to be mistress of ceremonies here tonight, and just because you misunderstood and thought you were going to take charge, there's no reason for any hard feelings.
It isn't, huh?
No, I realize that you're one of the world's greatest MCs.
You do, huh?
Yes. And I also realize that you've just returned from an extensive tour of our bases in the South Pacific.
And they loved me in New Guinea.
Well, I understand that they loved you everywhere. But I should think that after a trip like that and with all that work, you must be awfully tired.
Oh, I am. I'm exhausted.
Then why don't you go over in the corner and sit down?
Now, just a minute. I'm not that weak, young lady. Besides, if you think I came all the way down here just to sit in the corner, you've got another thing coming. Tell you, I don't know what's happening to all the young girls nowadays.
Well, naturally, you don't get around them much.
Now, listen, Deanna, topping me will get you nowhere. If you want to be mistress of ceremonies, run the show. It's all yours, Miss Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. As you know, on these Command Performances, we aim to answer all the mail that comes our way. One of the names we come across over and over again is Martha Tilton. And since her recent tour to the South Pacific, that mail has really piled up. So now...
You see, the mail has really piled up. I mean, there's no cleverness there.
Jack, please.
You need vaudeville training to introduce people right.
All right, Jack. I'm willing to learn. How would you make the introduction?
Well, I'd try to use a little ingenuity. I'd say something like, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. That's not even the joke yet. I stopped in at the drugstore, and there was a girl playing the pinball machine. And she would have won except for one thing.
What was that, Jack?
She was Tilton. Martha Tilton. There's an introduction. Don't you think so, Deanna?
Well, you could never throw your brain out of joint thinking of it, but it was all right.
I thought it was dynamite. How about you, Martha?
Well...
Now, there's a girl who knows. Gee, Martha, you're looking swell.
Well, thanks, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen you since we both got back from the South Pacific. What's the good word?
It's still no.
Find out what Martha's going to sing. I'm getting nowhere.
Okay, Jack. What's for the boys, Martha?
Lots of requests for I Walk Alone, Deanna.
To tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I walk alone, they ask me why, and I tell them I'd rather. Alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk and I'll tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, dreams we fashion the night. You held me tight, I'll always be with you, no matter how far each night. In every prayer.
I'd like to present to you now, and I do hope this introduction meets with Mr. Benny's approval, one of the finest instrumentalists and band leaders in the country. You know, folks, I was afraid I was going to be late tonight.
Why, Deanna?
Because when I got here, I couldn't open the door, see? Tommy Dorsey, fellas.
Thanks, Deanna.
Tommy, I'd like to explain that introduction. You see, it comes from the Jack Benny School of Comedy.
Jack Benny? I remember him. He used to be a very funny guy.
I'm still funny, Junior.
Oh, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
Up to now, nothing. What are you doing here, Tommy?
Oh, I'm going to take some and leave some with the boys.
That's right. The fellows overseas have sent in lots of requests for an all-American jam session.
Good idea.
So we've invited the best in the West to beat it out.
In addition to Tommy Dorsey, we have Count Basie at the piano, Buddy Rich at the drums, Illinois Jack Cat on the tenor sax, Lionel Hampton on the vibes, Artie Shaw on the clarinet, Sergeant Ed McKinney on the bass, Sergeant Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, and Les Paul on the guitar.
Come on, boys, let's go.
That's all right if you want loud stuff. Fellas, let's give Ida sweet as apple cider.
And now, fellas.
Quiet. Get this. Boy, am I hot. I got it, haven't I? I don't know where to put it.
Thank you, Guy Lombardo.
Now cut that out. Listen, Deanna, I don't mind a little kidding, but when I play a beautiful violin solo, give me the credit for it. Nobody else.
Well, Jack, I was just trying to have a little fun. Be clever, like you said.
There's nothing funny about my music, Deanna.
Oh, Jack, calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
If you and Deanna have a difference of opinion, settle it. But stop bickering.
Settle it. How can I hit a woman?
You don't have to hit anybody.
Well, I'm not the kind of a guy that settles things with words. I'm a two-fisted guy.
What's come over you?
You want to know something, Don? I beat up Jimmy Cagney on the way to the studio tonight, and he's plenty tough.
You beat up Cagney?
Look, gentlemen, are we going to get on with the show, or are we going to stand here and listen to Mr. Benny flap his gray chops?
Oh, if you were only Cagney.
Jack, stop dreaming. You wouldn't sneeze if Jimmy Cagney threw a handful of pepper in your face.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Well, it just so happens that on the way down here tonight, Cagney bumped into my car, and that's all I needed, brother.
Still sounds fantastic.
That's all. I'll tell you what. Ginger Rogers was driving along. She saw the accident. You call her up tomorrow and ask her. She'll tell you how tough I was.
Well, we don't have to wait to call her tomorrow, Jack. It so happens she's standing in the wings right now. Come on out, Ginger.
Hello, Deanna.
Hello, Ginger.
The trouble with this show, everybody's on it.
Why, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Cheapers.
Oh, Ginger, Jack was just telling us that you were a witness to a little accident. What happened?
Oh, it's not important. I'm not suing Cagney or anything. Let's forget about it.
No. I'd like to know what happened.
Well...
Say, Ginger, that's a beautiful hat. May I wear it sometime?
You've still got an umbrella of mine that you borrowed in 1929.
Well, I've been meaning to return it.
Oh, now quit stalling, Jack. What about the accident?
What are you, an ambulance chaser or something? Look, we're talking about Ginger's hat.
Come on, Ginger. Tell us about the accident.
Well, we were all driving east on Sunset, and Jack was waving at me and giggling and honking his horn.
Well, sure I was giggling. I mean, the springs in my front seat are all sticking through.
And naturally, Jack's car got out of control, and he smacked into Cagney's fender.
That'll be decided in court, Miss Rogers.
Then things started to happen. Jack was really mad. He jumped out of his car. Cagney jumped out of his car. Jack jumped back into his car. But fast.
Well, I bawled Cagney out. You can't deny that.
Oh, that's right. He really dressed Jimmy down.
You're darn right I did.
Well, of course, Jack locked the door and rolled up the windows first.
I did not. There's not a window in my car.
Not now, there isn't. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face when he saw Jimmy's fist coming through the windshield.
Well, he didn't hit me.
Oh, could he? You had your head in the glove compartment.
I was looking for my tear gas fountain pen. Lucky for Cagney, I didn't find it. Believe me, if he ever opens his mouth to me again, I'll fix his wagon.
You will, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jack, what would you say if I told you that right now Jimmy Cagney was standing right in back of you?
Well, that's just... Yikes!
Jimmy Cagney, fellas.
Well, hello, Ginger. Deanna?
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, if it isn't Barney Oldfield.
I know someplace I've got a laugh here. I don't know where it is. Listen, don't try to laugh it off, Cagney. You scratch my fender, it's going to cost you about $300 to have it touched up.
Who's doing the painting for you, Rembrandt?
That happens to be his name, Morty Rembrandt. 1820 Temple Street. Open evenings. I'll have Morty send you the bill.
Look, Jack, you better drop the whole thing, or I'll start an action against you to collect for the damage to my car.
You'll have some job getting anything out of me, brother.
I'll get some dough out of you if I have to dig up your whole front yard.
You can dig all you want, but if you haven't got the map, you're a dead duck. Besides, Cagney, I've got a witness. She saw the whole thing, Ginger Rogers.
Why, I couldn't testify for you, Jack. After all, you bumped into Jimsy.
Jimsy? Jimsy? Well, I can see where I stand here.
Well, I think Ginger's being very fair.
Fair meaning she's not a brunette. Listen, Ginger, you can look at this accident any way you want to.
Look, Jack, you're acting like a little boy.
Yep, an old, broken-down little boy. Jack, once and for all, let's drop the whole thing, or you're going to pay for my fender.
Oh, I am, eh? Well, I can see there's only one way out. We'll settle this man to man. Do you fight?
Quite a bit.
What else do you do?
I dance.
Well, let's dance and settle this.
I hate to break up these beautiful hostilities, but we've got to get back to command performance. There's a letter here addressed to Jimmy Cagney from the Brooklyn gang at APO 885. It seems that Gowanus Gus, Flatbush Flanagan, Demi-Tass McGuire of Borough Hall, Left Field Louie from Ebbets Field, and Sandflea Phil from Coney Island have a special request.
What is it, Deanna?
Well, they say they haven't had a chance to see you in pictures lately, but they sure remember some of those tough guy parts you used to do. So they want you to pick somebody on command performance tonight and punch them in the jaw.
Well, let's see now. Who all's on the show?
Well, there's me, Martha Tilton, Ginger Rogers,
and Don Wilson. Good old Don.
And then, of course, there's you, Jackie.
Now she gets friendly.
Well, I'd like to oblige the boys from Brooklyn. It looks like you're it, Jackie. I'm game if you are.
Who goes on the game end? Why can't I do the punching? I've been in some pretty tough pictures myself, you know.
Brutal is the word.
Don't evade the issue. Why can't I hit you?
Because this is command performance, and we've got to answer the requests exactly as they come in.
Very well. I'm ready. First, there's something I'd like to say. Gentlemen, I regret I have but one jaw to give to my country.
Also, that you ever took your head out of that glove compartment.
Please, Ginger, there's no time for levity. Go ahead, Jimmy, and remember, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, here goes. No, can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, you coward. Come on.
Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny's toupee kindly return it to the stage?
Jack, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. You were supposed to fake that punch, Cagney, and you really let me have it. Now it's my turn, brother.
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. Put up your dukes. Now take that.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny kindly return him to the stage?
While the ushers are reviving Mr. Benny, this seems a good time to say that we've had an awful lot of requests to have Jimmy Cagney sing some of the songs from Yankee Doodle Dandy. How about it, James?
Very glad to, Deanna, very glad to. And incidentally, I want to thank all the fellas in the ETO who treated me so wonderfully when I was visiting them recently. I really got a great bang out of it, and that's no fooling. And for me to tell you that you're doing a great job is like telling Abbott and Costello who's on first. Anyhow, with a bow to George M. Cohan, here it is. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or a brag. What should old acquaintance be forgot? Keep your eye on that grand old flag. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, Yankee Doodle do or die. A real-life nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Now, Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am the Yankee Doodle boy.
Well, gang, that kind of wraps up another bundle of whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, we'd like to hear from you if you have any extra special people or things you'd like to hear. We got that note from you guys down at the Atterbury Hotel in downtown Guadalcanal. And we got some ideas for you that we're sending along. Meantime...
Pardon me, Deanna. I'd just like to say that if any of my fans are worried about me, I'm perfectly okay. That punching business was just a little gag. I'd give that Cagney a Mickey Finn if I didn't think he'd enjoy it. Good night, fellas.
And this is Deanna Durbin saying, the best of the best from the USA. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests, it is my privilege and pleasure as the Dean of the Friars to call you to order and welcome you and to express our wish that you will have a perfectly wonderful evening. Now, not to delay you any, I want to present to you the chairman of tonight's affair. An enormous job, you can believe me. One of the sweetest guys that's ever come to town, the chairman, Jesse Block.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. As chairman of this affair sponsored by the Friars Club, it's a pleasure to welcome you. That's 2 welcomes you got. It's gratifying to see so many people gathered at this dinner to pay tribute to our guest of honor. Few men in or out of show business have so completely captured the American imagination as Jack Benny. His natural charm and personality and great wit have gone right into the heart of America. And I'm proud to have been a participant in commemorating Jack's 20th year in radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a man whose name has become synonymous with show business. His phenomenal rise in television has completely revolutionized the entertainment industry. He has been the abbot of the Friars not once but 10 years. And to become the abbot of the Friars Club is a great honor and a significant one. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the abbot, Milton Berle.
Thank you, Prior. That was Jesse Block, ladies and gentlemen, who many years ago did a single with Eve Sully. And we will have no lights on the punchlines. It is really gratifying to look around this very wonderful room as the abbot of the Friars and greet you and tell you how thrilled all of us of the Friars Club are that you are here this evening. So many distinguished guests for such a very well-loved guy as our dear Jack. Really, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen. I'm kidding. This looks like the Yankee Stadium with mink bases here tonight. I would like to tell you how this affair came about, this very wonderful testimonial. Jesse Block called Jack on the phone in California, beginning of the season, and he said, Jack, we'd like to give an affair for you at the Waldorf. And he said, what room? And, no, that was another time, pardon me. There are so many very wonderful comedians on the dais here tonight. They're going to tell some very, very funny things that you will hear again Tuesday night. That I don't... But I want you to know that I'm very thrilled that I am the first speaker as the abbot. I think it's very, very gratifying and thrilling that I'm the first speaker to get up to apologize for Jack's 20 years in radio. 20 years in radio. That's like doing one television show. But I don't know how old Jack is, but I heard that he's the first one that ever had a birthday printed by Mick Kenny. He only wishes his hooper was his age. But this is really a very, very great thrill for me, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know, as I look around the room tonight, and it isn't very easy, that I must make an apology for the management here at the Waldorf. If you do see the room a little bare, there's some fixtures missing. Elizabeth Taylor took them during the settlement, you see. I'm sitting next to Governor Seltzer over here, Mayor Highland, and I don't want to stay for too long, because the mayor has his plane double parked. I hear that he may run for mayor of Chicago so he can live in New York. But another thing I want to say, I want to make another apology as the abbot of the club, that Gloria Vanderbilt and Leopold Stokowski were supposed to be here tonight, but they just had a little baby, and he's home resting. So he wrote a new song since they had the child. It's called It's Magic. And Jessel said it's very funny, and he's sorry I said it. All right, George, you keep punching, you'll hit yourself. I do want you to know this becomes the very appropriate time, ladies and gentlemen, for me to introduce to you your favorite Toastmaster. Burl introducing Jessel is like Winchell giving an orchid to Sullivan. We love each other, George and I. We do have our tiffs and our tuffles, but we do get along. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I must say something about our Toastmaster. These past years, he has been with 20th Century Fox making pictures, and he's made a fortune for MGM. He has appeared and spoken at so many dinners. He does not use Vaseline on his hair anymore. He uses chicken fat. But he's very happy this evening, our Toastmaster, because he became a proud uncle. Xanax polo ponies had a baby. And so without further ado, it is with a great deal of pride and pleasure that I present to you, and I must add this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old saying, and if it's an old saying, Burl has said it, that this guy is a workhorse. This past month, he has done 24 consecutive testimonials and spoken at 24 dinners. 4 of them were for him. So, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Toastmaster General of the United States, George Jetzel, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, young man. The Abbot of the Friars, His Honor the Chief Magistrate of the City of New York, His Excellency the Governor of Illinois, in whose state this uneventful incident began, ladies and gentlemen, the way is long from whence I came, and the shrine is far where I would be. Yet I have left the weight of business at my producer's desk to speak at this occasion. For I particularly feel at home in this grand ballroom at the Waldorf. It is only within the year that I have stood on this same platform, and as Friar Lawrence says in Romeo and Juliet, St. Francis be my steed, how oft have I stumbled over these graves before. And thus is the life of a public speaker. Year after year I find myself telling lie after lie, covering the frailties of men with compliment, finding virtue where none exists, and tossing verbal orchids at the faces of men whose faces should be covered with cimmers. And this year, working in the southern state of California, I have functioned at every known affair that was given. I have run the gamut. I have spoken at the launching of a destroyer in the harbor of St. Pedro to a brismila in Glendale. Milton. Yeah. And tell them nobody knows what they do with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at almost every affair, the Toastmaster's plate and his chair are the recipient of many, many telegrams from well-wishers who didn't buy a ticket but send a telegram. And thereby, perforce of sending the telegram, they imagine that their names will be read, and it might be a commercial for their respective businesses. Such as, wish I could be with you tonight in honor of Jack Benny, Zalakowski's furniture store. Or some with a very definite personal note. Good luck to Jack tonight. And Ida and I are still in love after 40 years, Eddie Cantor. And then again, we have two that are worthy of reading, and very definitely worthy, because it marks the most important moment in the career of a minstrel who needs no money or who needs nothing to get him any further kudos. And this is a telegram and says, all men in the service and the Far East Command and the women too send you their warm-hearted greetings and equally warm-hearted best wishes. They will be ever grateful for your selfless patriotic service to them
M.B. Ridgway, General, U.S. Army. And the other from a man who is sometimes challenged because he doesn't send telegrams but writes letters. The most important American of our time and the president of the greatest country that the world has ever known. And he very warmly says, "Dear Jack, all good wishes to you and Mary on this occasion of your 20th anniversary in radio, Harry S. Truman." And so with all this evening is indeed one to remember and a memory to conjure with. I used also this phrase, "at the battleship and the Bismillah." For the guest of honor this evening is a man about whom it is most easy to hurl superlatives. For not only this younger generation, but also it is easy for older showmen and troopers like myself to sing his praises. For I am not one of those who would refuse to emerge from their own particular capsule of time, who would live their lives continually repeating to themselves, "Kid McCoy could have licked Marciano. Mathewson was better than Feller. King Solomon was smarter than Baruch." And all these bromidic phrases are in the same category as the attempt in consoling a man who is carrying a torch for a loved one. And the well-meaning friends say, "There are other fish in the sea. There's a rose on every bush. Turn them upside down, they all look the same." Also, there are the older men who live in the past and stay married to a lavender yesterday, who believe that there is only charm in that which can never return. No, I believe that Jack Benny would have held his own at any time in the history of the American theater. I don't say that he might have been mentioned in the same milieu or the same aura as Richard Mansfield, Henry Irving, or E.H. Southern. I don't say that he would have been talked about in the same way as we talked of Warfield, Sam Bernard, Hitchcock, Eddie Foy. I don't think that people would have put him in the same class as Tinney or Fields or Joe Cawthon. But I think he would have held his own with Harry Zook Welch, Smiling Betty Watson, or Lou, "Wow, here comes a woman" Fink. However, he has served the people well in 20 years in the radio. And since then, he has gone now further to succeed in the newest of the arts, the television. And we find ourselves under these most happy circumstances breaking bread in his honor. I will pause for this guest. Bernie, it is only because you have saved the country many times that I forgive you for killing this joke, which I have. Nothing. All right. Therefore... Men have come from all corners of the nation and from all over the country to sing his praises. Groups of distinguished gentlemen to applaud him and toast him for the past and continue to applaud him for the future.
Foremost among these is the first speaker of the evening, the most important public servant in the city of New York, and other comedians will follow. This is only in the order of the evening, Mr. Mayor. I have had the privilege and the honor to know the present Chief Magistrate of this city before this evening, and echoing the sentiments of the majority of New Yorkers, I can rightly sing his praises. He has kept his promises, and this is a strange thing in the world of politics. For the promises of men in politics are likened to the robes of the mythical princess Penelope in Greek mythology, of whom it is said her robes were woven in the morning and unraveled at night. This is a line from David and Bathsheba, which I did. And so, with the hope of more jesting to follow, and with the profundity that is the order of the moment, I am proud of this opportunity to bring to this speaker's pulpit His Honor, the Mayor of New York, Vincent Napolitano.
Toastmaster, our guest of honor, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen, now that you've made a Simus out of the whole thing, I'll get on with what I have to say. I want you to understand that I can well appreciate the fact that in New York you probably do not read the newspapers that are published here, but if you had been tipped off in advance, you wouldn't have had to send Milton Berle over to me to try to translate Simus and Brisk, because he asked me what they meant. You see, I have just returned from a trip to Israel, and I got the lowdown there. I'm very happy indeed to join with so many nice people at this Friars Club dinner, celebrating Jack Benny's 20th year in radio, and as your chairman, Jesse Block, confidentially informed me before the dinner started, also celebrates Jack's 39th birthday. For a man of such tender years, Jack has compiled a most noteworthy record of accomplishment, not only in radio, but in the theater, and most recently in television. He long ago invaded the hearts of America over the airwaves and has been an idol of the unseen audience ever since. I personally remember how much I was impressed the very first time I listened to his program as a very young boy in short pants. When I received your invitation to attend this party tonight, I was happy to be included. I left City Hall comparatively a short time ago, and I found it a very pleasant sensation to jump, I might say, from the City Hall frying pan into the Friars. I see you haven't been reading the newspapers lately. On an occasion such as this, which not only honors a great personality, but also supports such a very worthy cause, it is very gratifying to see such a tremendous and influential turnout. I understand that the proceeds of this affair go into the welfare fund of the Friars. It is good to know that for a change, the money from a benefit is going to help the needy members of the theatrical profession. Usually, it is the other way around. time and time again, actors giving of their time and talents for the benefit of others. I know it is not necessary for me to tell you of the great traditions of the Friars Club, which has been so dear to the hearts of those in the theatrical profession for so many years. It has done a great job within the profession for all of its own members. But beyond that, the members of the Friars have always performed a great service, not only for their city, but for the nation and for the state. I know also that it is not necessary for me to tell you anything about Jack Benny. The telegram read here tonight from General Ridgway is only one testimony of the many, many sacrifices he has made, going all over the world, entertaining veterans, overseas veterans, and lifting the morale of those men so that they could go on fighting, knowing that the people of America, represented by men like Benny, were in there trying to boost their morale, and what a swell job he did. His influence has been felt universally. Back in 1932, he made his debut in broadcasting in the difficult touch-and-go early days of radio. Vaudeville was going out at that time. Big-time radio was coming in, and Jack Benny came in with it in big-time fashion. And now television is coming along, and Jack is giving it a great big assist. Jack Benny was a sensation from the start, and he has remained at the very top ever since. We all know that in private life, Jack is the exact opposite of the penurious, protesting character he plays on the air. His familiar manner and friendliness have made him one of the most popular figures in Hollywood. And I am certain that his popularity is of equal measure right here in the city of New York and wherever else he travels. On behalf of all the people of the city of New York, may I salute you, Jack Benny, and wish you at least another 39 years of happiness, health, and success.
The next speaker is one of the two great presidents and heads of the world's foremost broadcasting systems. There are some men who are to the amusement world born. There are others who should never have been born at all. But it seems to me that this handsome young man, who is actually much younger than the guest of honor, lies about, has gone further in the shortest space of time of almost anybody that I know. His entree into the radio world comes in a very direct way, as it actually stems from the theater. In the long ago, his beloved father and grandfather lived in Philadelphia and were inveterate theater-goers. They never guessed that years later their son and grandson would provide entertainment for nothing. They happily paid for their seats at the Chestnut Street Opera House in Philadelphia. And they were particularly intrigued by a play called Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Night after night they came to see Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. And after watching and being emotionally stirred by the scene in which Mrs. Wiggs gently picks the cabbage, they decided to manufacture the cigar La Polina. It was from this cabbage, ladies and gentlemen, that the next speaker was enabled to go to college and his great desire to get away from the cabbage prompted him to enter a new field. And he alone, among his associates, saw the great future in it. And so he has built a great industry. And because of his personal contribution, his integrity, and his warm personality, even NBC, spelled backwards, comes out Columbia Broadcasting System. And so I'm very proud to present to you Mr. William S. Paley.
Mr. Toastmaster, honored guests, Mr. Mayor, avid borough, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit at the outset that I am rather unnerved. Just before the speech-making started tonight, I got a short note from Jesse Block, and this is what it said. Don't try to be funny and do it in less than 3 minutes. Irving Mansfield, if you're here, I'm very sorry. I'm not going to be able to use your jokes now. You know, Jesse is a very close friend of Jack's, and we always have to please Jack. As a matter of fact, right from the beginning, when we first signed Jack to CBS, we said to him, Jack, you can have everything you want. And I must say that it's to his everlasting credit that he has not taken advantage of that situation. We still own our building at 485 Madison Avenue. Seriously, though, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say a few words about our honored guest. As we all know, Jack has many sides. For one thing, he's the darling of Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Hooper and all of the other rating service personalities. They will tell us, I'm sure, that during any given month, Jack Benny is heard by more people than have ever voted for any president of the United States. Just this afternoon, I was told that the latest rating score came out, the latest Nielsen as of September 30th, which put Jack in the number one position. And this means that Jack is heard by more people than any personality in the entire world. And there, again, is Jack, who is the man of the listener, the man, woman, or child who every Sunday afternoon can lean back and get that wonderful, comfortable, warm glow from hearing the laughter that comes as a result of the foibles of an old friend. I have the feeling that by now Jack has made his imprint on the character of America. He certainly must have made some contribution to make it possible for us to laugh at ourselves more easily and to put our difficulties and our deficiencies in a better perspective. On the other hand, we have a Jack who is the trooper going to all parts of the world to play for our soldiers overseas. And he's always on the go to sell defense bonds or to work for the Red Cross, March of Dimes, never saying no to any cause that is worthwhile. As thrifty as Jack seems to be on the air, he is always unsparing in his efforts to do his very best for his country or any other cause that comes along. But finally, the Jack Benny I'd like best to talk about is the Jack Benny who is known to most of the people in this room. He is the one who, as we all know, is a wonderful friend and one of the most generous and warmest guys alive. I don't know whether you've noticed it or not, but when he speaks of his fellow performers, it's always in the most attractive and complimentary manner. He's always telling you what a great guy so-and-so is and what a great performer he is. Here he is at the very top of his profession. And believe me, there's no better audience in the world for any other performer. George Burns, for instance, only has to say, I was walking down the street, and this guy is down on the sides saying, please stop. George Jessel only has to open his mouth, and you can hear Jack's yawps about 4 blocks away. And these are not exaggerations. I've actually seen them happen time and time again. But ladies and gentlemen, every time I have used the name or have spoken the name Jack Benny, I hope you have heard the echo, Mary Livingston. The relationship between Jack and Mary has been a source of real pleasure and real delight to all of their friends. And I know that Jack very seldom makes an important decision without getting Mary's viewpoint. As a matter of fact, her viewpoint is so good, and I know this from experience, that I feel pretty sure that hadn't Mary become Mrs. Jack Benny, she'd certainly be running the May Company today. And better still, you know, if that hadn't happened, I think our genial and very attractive Toastmaster would be saying, yes, sir, to Miss Livingston instead of to Darrell Zanuck. But, Jack, I want you to know that we at CBS are understandingly very proud of you. Very seldom does any effort maintain a high degree of quality over a period of 20 years. And yet in you, the American listener has found a performer whose characterization, whose taste and standard of humor has endured at a very high level for all of this time. And finally, Jack, I want to say that I have come to value most highly the wonderful friendship that has developed between us. I have for you the highest affection and admiration, and I hope our warm relationship lasts forever. Thank you.
While I would dare not challenge the sincerity of Mr. Paley's utterances, I am, in the sense of good thinking, realizing now for the first time that when Mr. Benny laughs when Burns says I was walking down the street and I open my mouth, this may have an ulterior motive. Because we feel that's funny, then we say that in other places and we drop dead with that. Try to get a job any place, George, with I was walking down the street, and you'll see what happens. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an old and beloved friend of both mine, the guest of honors, and the American public. And regardless of any contrived feuds that he might have had with the guest of honor, these, my friends, are the stunts of a smart press agent. This is an interesting and a strange man. Because of his great wit and his personal goodness and whatever idiosyncrasies he is said to have, he can have them because his genius overshadows them. He began his career in a most romantic way in the theater. He was a little boy in Boston, and he acted in the mob scene of a play called Kismet, the Arabic word for fate. And the principal character of this play is a man called Hajj, a beggar and a juggler. And the symbolic impact of this character in the play is the fact that the juggler practically says we are all pawns in the hand of fate, who keep the balls leaping willy-nilly without knowing or caring which one shall fall to the ground. And I'm sure that this philosophy of Hajj, the beggar, in the play Kismet, had his effect on this little boy who will soon speak to you, now grown to full manhood. For after seeing this play, he immediately set upon a career as a juggler in the vaudeville business. His name was not the one that we know him by now. His right name was John Sullivan. But this evidently sounded too Jewish, so he changed it. He, like all good troopers, has served in all the branches of the amusement tree and has served them well. I never believed this feud between he and Jack, Because why should they be on bad terms? Economically, they are practically both the same. It couldn't have been a fight about sex, because the only reference to sex that he ever had on his program was when Howdy Bub said, "I got a cow with a big tail." And so I am very proud to bring you one of the great, great humorists of these our times, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much. I can't possibly live up to all that Georgie has said. I'll try to live up to a fragment of it and meet you by appointment some other time to live up to the rest of it. But I hope you don't mind me putting these on. I have so much aspic in my blood, I have to keep my eyes under glass. But I hate to wear them in public. I'm always being mistaken for Russell Knight, which is quite embarrassing. But, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think I would be able to appear here tonight. There was a rumor that there were two people in the audience whose names were in red shambles. And for that reason, we thought the actors might have to walk out for a change. But I am happy to be here, and I think we all should be happy to be here. Because back when the world began in the Garden of Eden, if Adam had been a chorus boy, there would have been no human race. I was quite flattered when Mr. Jessel, our Toastmaster, remembered my name. Because as we all know, Mr. Jessel is always busy flying around the country speaking at different affairs. Half of the time, Mr. Jessel rushes into the hall at the last minute and doesn't even know what the function is. He looks around quickly, and if the guest of honor is sitting up, he knows it isn't a funeral. Tonight, of course, the guest is sitting up. But Mr. Jessel caught himself just in time. He was starting to go into his funeral routine. You know, I always thought, until tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I always thought it was a great tribute to be selected as the guest of honor at a Friars dinner. But I have only learned now through George Burns that once a year they have to sweep out the card room at the Friars. And the only way they can get the card players out of the room long enough to clean it is to give a dinner. Of course, I must say that I was insane to come here tonight. The main dinner course is steak, and today is Friday. Fortunately, there is a man from Lindy's in back of the dais who is bootlegging sturgeons to Catholics there. Well, this is a big week for me socially. Wednesday night, I went to the Sinatra wedding. He's breaking it in Philadelphia. If the marriage turns out okay, he'll probably bring it into New York later in the season. But Ed Sullivan was supposed to go to the Friars' wedding, but he couldn't make it. Ed had to take his laughing lesson that night. It is customary, I know, for a speaker to make a few flattering remarks about the guest of honor. Now, you've heard the mayor, and you've heard Georgie and Mr. Paley speak so flatteringly of Jack, but there is another side of Jack. He is not one-sided, as he may seem to you now. He's not like the buildings and the sets in Hollywood where you go around behind them and there's nothing there. But he does. I know him from the performer side for many years. I first met Mr. Benny many years ago in vaudeville. I was playing Centralia, Illinois, the big house. And Mr. Benny was appearing at a small theater in a suburb of Centralia. The theater was so far back in the woods, the manager was a bear. He used to pay the acts off in honey. It's the only one. And the theater really wasn't a building, it was a cave. And Mr. Benny's dressing room was a hollow tree. Variety didn't cover this theater. The acts were reviewed by the dramatic critic of Forest and Stream. Mr. Benny was next to closing on a 2-act bill. The feature act was a fire eater. You know, in those days there was no heat in the theaters, and managers used to book fire eaters. Before the show, the manager would chase the fire eater up and down the aisles. The fire eater would start breathing hard and heat up the theater. Well, this fire eater on the bill with Mr. Benny was a worrier. The first fire eater I ever knew who had an ulcer. It was a pilot light. Well, Mr. Benny's act, as I recall, in those days, was rather unique. He worked as a gypsy. And after the show, he would sit in the lobby with his gypsy robes on and tell fortunes. As the act opened, the stage was dark, and Mr. Benny would come on playing Glowworm on his violin with a neon bow. During his rendition, Mr. Benny hit so many clinkers that he had to stoke his violin after each number. Mr. Benny was the only violinist. After you heard him play, you felt that the strings would sound better if they were back in the cat. Mr. Brooke coming in again. For the finish of his act, Mr. Benny played Stars and Stripes Forever and waved an American flag. After his first bow, he also waved the Union Jack, in case there was an Englishman in the audience. In those days, Mr. Benny had no suitcase. When he left town, he would take the strings off his violin and use them to tie up his wardrobe. Well, after this first meeting in vaudeville, since I only played the bigger cities, I didn't see Mr. Benny again for many years. Our paths crossed next during World War I. Mr. Benny was wearing a sailor suit. We, of course, all know his record in the Navy. Mr. Benny was the first sailor in the history of the Navy to ever get seasick in a recruiting office. Even today in the Friars Club, Mr. Benny has to take Dramamine before he can look at the yacht club boys. When Sailor Jack finally got on his first battleship, he thought every deck was the poop deck. They were giving it to him all over the boat. But after the war, Mr. Benny had some lean years. He used to lean against the front of the palace and wonder if he would ever get inside. Things got so bad when he practiced his violin, he was using his dandruff for rosin. For a time, he left show business and took a job in a health food store. He had an acid condition. He used to stand near the milk and make yogurt out of the milk by appointment. Then his luck... I may as well get a few laughs here. I get none in television, of course. You know that. Then his luck changed. Mr. Benny married, and his wife was so clever, he was able to get back into show business. He appeared in Earl Carroll's Vanities. In one memorable tableau, Mr. Benny came on the stage dressed as Abraham Lincoln. For many years, Lincoln had been on the penny, but thanks to Mr. Benny's impersonation, the cent was finally on Lincoln. Well, Mr. Benny's record speaks for itself. He was in vaudeville until 1930 when vaudeville died. He appeared in Broadway shows and the theater declined. He went into motion pictures and the industry collapsed. He has been in radio, and radio is slowly disintegrating. This summer he went to Korea, and instantly the Communist Army agreed to discuss peace terms. After killing vaudeville, ruining the theater, causing the decline of the motion picture and radio, Mr. Benny has at last gone into television. Television may as well pucker its screen, for it is about to receive the kiss of death. But I have only been joking in a mild way, ladies and gentlemen. Jack is, as I know and we all know, the best liked man in show business today. And if our country was only fortunate enough to enjoy the status Jack enjoys, our country, too, would not have an enemy in the world. On this note, I close, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one friar living who would travel 3,000 miles across the country to get a free meal, and he is your guest of honor tonight.
And now, from the juggler of wit to a man of great responsibility who cannot let men be pawns of fate like the juggler, but has to look after the welfare of hundreds of thousands of Americans in his great state. And I might add that since he has been in office in his particular state, the great city of Chicago has fared much better in the public eye than it ever has fared before. For if ever a city has been censored undeservedly, it is the city of Chicago. Some years ago, I remember playing at the Sam H. Harris Theater, and on Randolph Street, close by, a little boy fell off a bicycle and tore his overalls. This little boy was unhurt and laughing. He had other overalls. But the newspapers throughout America printed this headline: "Child mortally injured as gunmen rake the loop with machine gun bullets." Most of these things about Chicago, my dear friends, have been greatly embellished. Well, like me with girls, or so. And so I have an extremely warm feeling in presenting your next speaker, this distinguished gentleman, to you because he is a great Democrat, and I am also a Democrat. But, for fear of treading on anyone's political toes, I think there is one thing I can say honestly about the Republican Party. No one can challenge the sincerity of any member of the Republican Party. There isn't one member of it who does not want to run for the presidency of the United States. I am very happy to bring to you His Excellency, the Governor of the 7th State of Illinois, Governor Adlai E. Stevenson.
Mr. Toastmaster, fellow townsmen of Mayor Impellitere, just before the dinner commenced, I had the good fortune to meet Fred Allen. I asked him what he was going to say, and he asked me what I was going to say. And we concluded that perhaps, all things considered, that perhaps we should best exchange manuscripts. You've just heard my speech, and for my part, I've lost his manuscript, and I can't remember a word he said. I came here, however, tonight to pay to Jack Benny the respects of the people of the state of Illinois, and of particularly the people of Lake County, Illinois, where he used to live and where I now live.
and even more particularly the homage of the people of Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan was his boyhood home, and Waukegan, my friends of New York, is not an Indian reservation. It's a very flourishing city by the shores of Lake Michigan, and Lake Michigan is a large body of water that lies west of the Hudson. I believe, Mr. Allen, it was Sam Johnson who said that the Irish sprang from nobody at everybody. Well, Jack Benny sprang from Waukegan. Perhaps I should say sang or played his way out of Waukegan. At all events, that was a long time ago. But I should tell him here this evening that he is not forgotten there or in Lake County, and particularly he is not forgotten by hopeful charities and philanthropies of all kinds. I was eager to come here tonight to New York for two reasons. First, because as an innocent, barefoot politician from the prairies, I rarely have an opportunity to meet so many distinguished and cultivated and accomplished people. Or, for that matter, so many friars. Except occasionally at Notre Dame football games. When, I ask you, can a governor sit between George Burns and Fred Allen? But I also came here to repay a visit that Mr. Benny made to me in Springfield, Illinois last summer. He said that when he heard on the West Coast that he was to meet Governor Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, that he bought and carried all the way to Springfield a large and beautiful corsage. I know his disappointment was very keen indeed when he discovered that his genders were mixed. But I entertained him royally with Coca-Cola, Camels, and Ritz crackers. And I felt that and by the way, I did notice that he took the corsage away with him when he left. As I say, I bring to you, Mr. Benny, the homage, the thanks, and the affectionate good wishes of the people of Illinois. And I am deeply grateful to him and to the Friars Club for permitting me to participate in this splendid dinner. And I might add, as Mr. Allen suggested, that to have a free dinner, thanks to Mr. Benny, is worth a trip half across the country. We bless you, Mr. Benny, for cleanliness, for taste, for humor, for art in entertainment that makes this tormented world much happier for millions of people. And if by any chance, Mr. Benny, you should need a small loan, such as the state capital sometime, just come to Springfield, Illinois.
This proves again, when you become governor, you are no schlemiel, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll get back to the conclusion of Jack Benny's roast in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that all programs aired on Same Time, Same Station come directly from our CD masters. They are all available on CD or cassette. For more details on how to purchase these cassettes or CDs, you may go to our website at OTRsite.com. That's OTR as in old time radio, site, S-I-T-E, OTRsite.com, or email Jerry at OTRsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. If you missed anything, this information will be repeated at the end of the program. Welcome back to Same Time, Same Station. the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host every week at this time, Jerry Hendigas. And now let's get back to the conclusion of this most delightful Friars Club roast of Jack Benny, saluting his 20th year on radio from November 9th, 1951.
And now, another straight man. And the luckiest straight man that ever lived. From his lips alone shall we hear the truth about the guest of honor, because he is his oldest friend. They've been going together and they've known each other for many, many years behind the warm curtain in the lost art of vaudeville. I stress the word vaudeville because I doubt if the next speaker is conversant with any other subject. Now, while I don't think it is absolutely necessary for a man to be a student of Shakespeare or Molière or Racine or Rostand, I do think a man in middle age should know there is some other periodical printed in America outside of the Variety. And it is only in the last decade or two that I have been sure as to how to present this next speaker. He had so many different names as a vaudeville actor. He was Bernard of Bernard and Gary, Williams of Brown and the Williams Brothers, Mac of Mac Albright and Mac. And in the Nagasaki Japanese troupe, he was known as Abe Stern. But after having known so many masculine partnerships, he felt if he would get anywhere in the world, he'd best find himself a woman partner. And later he did so well with this woman partner and broadened his earning power that he turned to the scriptures, wherein he found the proverb, "Man cannot live by bread alone. He must also marry a very clever woman." Then he read again in the scriptures, wherein a prophet, seeing one less fortunate, had said, "There but for the grace of the Lord go I." And so it is. A man who there but for the grace of Gracie would be still known as Abe Stern of the Nagasaki Cats. Of Burns and Allen, Mr. George Burns.
Hiya. And it's true, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Western and Eastern Abbots, Friars, Toastmaster, of course, guest of honor, Jay. I'm very happy to be here tonight. Happy. Cost me $500. I'm flying back tomorrow. Now, I don't know why I was asked to speak here tonight. I've been talking about Jack Benny all my life. I know Jack so well that I'm surprised he'd even let me talk. See, I make quite a few speeches. As a rule, I don't know the guest of honor. So I make up a few lies, put it a little bit on the risque side, and get a lot of screams. Tonight, I'll have to tell the truth and settle for a few snickers. Tell you a few things about the Jack Benny I've known for a lot of years. As I said, this will not be funny. But I did travel 3,000 miles, so if you see a little opening and you can throw in a little snicker, I'll appreciate it. You see, for the last 20 years, everything that's happened to Jack has been big, massive, important things. And this, too, can get to be monotonous. So, in the last 2 years, the important things ceased to be important. And the trifles in Jack's life got to be important. When he signed the CBS deal, it ran into millions of dollars. I went over to his house to congratulate him. And Jack was all excited. He says, "George," he says, "I want to show you something." He opened up his closet. He says, "How do you like these shoes?" I said, "I think they're nice." He says, "They're not new, you know." "What do you think of them?" I says, "Fine." He says, I just found out where you can get the greatest shine in the world. Another time, I was sitting at the Hillcrest Country Club, and at that time, Jack signed a deal with 20th Century Fox. It wasn't a very big deal. I would say that MCA got about $200,000 commission. And he said, George, I'd like to talk to you. I said, Jack, I'm playing bridge. He says, I'll wait for you. He didn't wait long. Waited about 4 hours. After the bridge game, I says, yes, Jack. He said, did you take a shower today? I says, yeah, I just took one home. He says, take one at the club. I said, why? He said, great towels. And of course, Jack has been laughing at me now for years. He thinks I'm the world's greatest comedian. This is not a great compliment from a guy who thinks the towels are great. And it's not easy to make Jack laugh. You got to be subtle. It's got to be off the cuff. It's got to be sort of ad lib. For instance, if Jack is sitting in the room and I should walk in, if I close the door, this is about a 3-minute laugh. And he's been laughing at my match bit now since 1925. That's where I strike a match and show it to him lit. I'll try to do the bit now, but... But I don't think he'll laugh because I've done it 4 times already today. But I might get a snicker out of him because these are Hotel Edison matches. Jack? Well, 4 times is too much, I guess. And he also laughs at Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye shows him a glass of water, which kills Jack. I'll never forget, I was sitting with him once, and I tried to make him laugh, and I ran out of matches. So I picked up this glass of water. Well, naturally, Jack fainted. I picked him up. I put him back on the couch. And but the sad part is, Danny Kaye hasn't spoken to me for 2 years now for stealing his bit. And I don't know why, because he's used my match bit a dozen times. Well, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. And I'm happy because Jack is happy. And just want to tell you, Jack, I love you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the match pit to the sublime. A man not often seen in public affairs, and a man not told that he might rise and say a few words. Yet a man who has been called into public affairs when the nation needs him, and in these our times it has been necessary so often. And he has always responded. The Toastmaster is fortunate again to have felt the warmth of his hand clasp, and was fortunate further in knowing his whole family. There are many legends about the next speaker. It is said that America's eldest statesman, and its best one, as he is aptly called, although he has never received a penny for any of his services, which cannot be said for most of the statesmen of our times. The legend is that he creates his great philosophy while sitting on a bench in Central Park. This is apropos to the stories of the cherry tree, etc. I don't believe that philosophy comes to him because he is sitting in the park. I have an uncle who's been sitting in Montmaris Park. He has been sitting there for 30 years, And not only has he not become a philosopher, but he's been arrested several times for annoying the squirrels so frequently. Your Toastmaster has always found it a problem in the budgeting of words in introducing a particular guest of honor that he has known through the years and has loved very dearly. I was never able to hold back an emotion when I introduced the late William Morris. I was never to be able to not show that I was trembling when I'd bring to his feet George M. Cohan. And when I'd introduce Jimmy Walker, and I would that his memory be kept evergreen in the city, I would always have to hide myself behind the character and not speak in the first person. Once during a campaign, I remember presenting him in this manner, by going back to the medieval days and acting as a herald who, trumpet in hand, comes into a small hamlet and tells the populace that a high and mighty personage is soon to address them. And out in California, because I see Jack every day, just a few days ago I lunched, dined, and appeared with him on his radio show, I would like to dismiss myself in the first person and take on a character such as, let me say, of a lawyer who had to represent him in court. And thus, appearing in his defense, I would say, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the American public, I wish to say about my client that I have known him throughout the years, and like these witnesses who you've heard here tonight, I also vouch for his character. That the record shows that from a most humble beginning, with the help of no one but himself, he has acquitted himself of any possible charge that might be brought against him in the amusement business. I would ask that the jury agree with me that for 20 years he has served the public honestly, and he has edited wisely the speeches of himself and the characters of his radio shows. That he has never said one thing in 20 years to offend the most sensitive boy or girl or man and woman in his great legion of listeners. He has in times of war left his home and his business to go to the farthest corners of the world to entertain the soldiers of our country. He has not only lately taken his life in his hands by bringing good cheer to the very peaks of Heartbreak Ridge in Korea. He's given up his time and his money to every good cause, even when I'm not called upon. He's a good father and a good husband, as good as he is a humorist, and I love him with all my heart. With your permission, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen, the Toastmaster rests his case and asks Jack Benny to come to the stand.
Well, the Simmers has arrived, I think. I'm so nervous tonight, I hope they don't give me another dinner like this for 6 weeks. Of course, at $35 a plate, I expected to find only 2 people here tonight. Anthony Farrell and the Mad Woman of Chaillot. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Baruch, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Jessel, gentlemen of the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you have to follow such great comedians like Mr. Jessel and Mr. Burns and Mr. Allen, you get that completely sunk feeling as though you left your script in Milton Berle's dressing room. Needless for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is that this is
The only pictures you'll see in the paper tomorrow morning will be Martin and Lewis. That the Friars Club has given me the most exciting night in my 20 years of radio. I'll go even further than that and say in my entire career in show business, which is 42 years. So you can forget about my being 39 for the moment. I think that this was probably motivated not only by the fact that I've been in radio 20 years, but because I've been a friar for a long, long time, as far back as I can remember, almost from its inception. I'm either nervous tonight or I got to get away from Phil Harris. One of the things. And I have been a friar from the time I first started in show business. I belong now to the Hollywood branch of the Friars Club. As a matter of fact, I'm an officer of that club. I'm known as the Dean of the Friars. This is a very, very important executive position. I would say that the Dean of the Friars Club is comparable to a choreographer for the Borscht Capades. You know, as I was listening to these speeches, though, and you hear this said so many times as you go older that time flies, but it seems to me that I've been in radio much, much longer than 20 years. I have a feeling that I went right from Ellis Island to NBC, this thing. Because when you were born in Waukegan in those days, to get to New York, you came through Ellis Island. And I've had I've been with only 2 major networks in my 20 years, with NBC and with CBS, and I've been very, very happy with my association with both of these networks and the people with them. There have been, of course, ugly rumors that the reason I left NBC was because they charged 35 cents to park your car on their parking lot. Now, of course, that is ridiculous. I mean, I know on the radio I'm a cheap, stingy, miserly character, which is done purely for your entertainment. To think that I would leave NBC because they would charge 35 cents to park your car is silly. When they raised it to 50 cents, I thought they wanted me to go. But I've had many compliments paid me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I think one of the greatest compliments that I had paid to me this evening, in fact, it was a few weeks ago when Georgie Jessel said to me while we were both in Los Angeles, he says, "Jack, I'm going to fly to New York to be at your testimonial dinner." I said, "Georgie, that's awfully nice of you, but you know, if you do, you'll have to be the Toastmaster." He says, "Naturally." I don't know whether this is a great compliment to me or not, because he would fly to the Belgian Congo if they were giving a dinner to one of its natives over there, I am sure. But you know, Georgie and I...
Let me tell you what I said in the Congo. There's a fella... Go ahead.
But Georgie and I, you know, we have sort of the same kind of a job in Hollywood. We are both asked to be Toastmaster and Master of Ceremonies at different benefits and banquets. As a rule, they ask Georgie first. Now, if he happens to have a date that night with Joan Crawford or Ethel Barrymore or Margaret O'Brien then they ask me, and I'm always available. Of course, I feel highly honored that they ask me after Georgie, because they at least feel that as a Toastmaster that I am next best to Jessel. And any time you're next best, ladies and gentlemen, next best to Georgie Jessel as Toastmaster or picture producer or entertainer or any of his other accomplishments, this is quite an achievement. I'm also highly flattered tonight that many of my dear friends flew in from Hollywood to be here, just for this affair. Miss Claudette Colbert, Mrs. Danny Kaye. Danny is now in Korea. Governor Stevenson, who flew in from Illinois. Val Parnell, who flew from London to be here. And, of course, the oldest and dearest friend that I have ever had known in show business, George Burns. When I say that, I mean one of the two of the oldest and dearest friends that I have in show business, is George Burns and Jesse Block. I know that Jesse has worked very, very hard on this affair tonight, and I know he did it with great joy and with great anticipation, because this dinner was given to me. That's how he feels about me, and of course, I feel the same way about him. I have another very good friend here on the dais. As Georgie Jessel said, we've been feuding a lot on the radio. I've known Fred Allen many, many years. I knew him in the days of vaudeville. I knew him when he was a juggler. I knew him before he spoke a line on the stage. He just juggled these 10 pins and then balanced one on his nose. And he was very, very successful in vaudeville as a juggler until some smart aleck came along and taught a seal how to do it. The only time that I can remember, ladies and gentlemen, ever being real angry at Allen was he came out to Hollywood to make a picture. And he asked his producer to ask me if I would play a small part, just do one scene in the picture. The producer asked me if I would, and I said I didn't think it was important enough for me to go into a Fred Allen picture and play one small scene. And this producer said to me, "But Jack, what's the difference? It's great. You'll be able to steal this scene from Fred Allen." Well, that made me good and angry, because stealing a scene from Fred Allen is equivalent to going to the bathroom at White Sulphur Springs. Before concluding my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that I want to accept this tribute from the Friars Club on behalf of everybody who has been associated with me and my radio program for the past 20 years. Because no comedian, no star, no entertainer, I don't care who he is, can sustain for 20 years on radio by himself. Possibly one man could have done it, maybe the late Will Rogers. I doubt if even Milton Berle could sustain 20 years without help. And so they all must share in this tribute. My cast, for instance, the members of my cast who have been with me many, many years. Not one of them cares how much he has to do on the program or what jokes he has to tell or how many jokes. He's only interested in the result of the program on Sunday night. My wife, of course, Mary, has been with me on the radio almost the entire 20 years. And we are celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary in January, and I'd like to have Mary take a bow, if you would. I took Mary right out of the May Company and brought her into show business. And the way she spends money, you think she owned the May Company, this I can tell you. Then again, besides my cast, there are my writers. I've had my 4 writers with me now for 9 years, ladies and gentlemen. And I've had this experience with all of my writers, that not one of them cares whose joke stays in or whose idea remains in this particular broadcast. They're only interested in how is the show Sunday night. We've had never one argument in the 9 years. We've had the same thing with the agencies, and now I'd like to get to my sponsor, the American Tobacco Company. I've been with them 9 years. You always hear a lot of people say, oh, the sponsor butts into this and butts into that. I'm going to cut out all the details and just say that I've been with Mr. Paul Hahn and the American Tobacco Company for 9 years, and I hope I'm with them for the rest of my life. Even if I'm through with television and radio, if I have to learn how to make cigarettes, I want to stay with them. I'm not saying this because Paul is sitting in the audience, because we have no options to discuss or anything. I call him Paul because he's younger than I am. But what's the difference? In a few years, he'll be older than I am. They've got to pass me sometime in this thing. So therefore, as I say, everybody associated with me must share in this great salute, in this great tribute that's being paid to me tonight. Because when you get that kind of cooperation for 20 years with everybody, from everybody, and that kind of help from all of your associates, and I've got to go along with Irving Berlin, that there's no business like show business. Because if you haven't got that cooperation, then I just as soon play my violin at weddings and call it the day. Well, it's probably time for me to sit down. I do want to thank Friars Club, every one of its members, for this, the greatest evening that I've ever had in my life, and one that I'll certainly never forget. And I want to thank Jesse Block, who worked so hard, and Harry Delp, and Milton Berle, the abbot, and Irving Mansfield, and everybody for this wonderful night. And before closing, I want to thank Ed Sullivan, because 20 years ago, Ed Sullivan asked me if I would like to do a guest shot on his radio program. I had never been on radio, and I said yes. So Ed and I sat down, and for just a few minutes, we wrote a spot that ran about 8 or 10 minutes. And from this guest shot, which I may have done for nothing, I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
Because of this guest shot, I was offered my first sponsored program, and therefore we are all gathered here this evening. And so I hope I will remain in radio another 20 years, even with television. Thanks again very, very much, and thanks to all of you.
brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the title tune from the new Edgar Bergen motion picture, Fun and Fancy Free.
I'm full of fun and fancy free. That's the way I want to be. I don't let my troubles trouble me. I'm fancy free and full of fun. Got no time to worry none. I'm too busy singing in the sun. If you should have a chronic ache, pills won't make you strong. The only tonic you should take is a teaspoonful of song. So if you really like to be happy-lucky just like me, drown your frowns, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free. If I should see a gloomy gust, I'd never hang around. You'd see me raising quite a dust, 'cause I'd be elsewhere bound. So if you really like to be happy-lucky just like me, drown your frown, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free.
Famous beauty of art, Kay Duman, now sends you the winning secret of true hair loveliness. Your hair can be your most captivating charm with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, whether your hair is honey blonde or raven black, sunny brown or fiery red, it's your natural hair appeal that men love. And more women of all ages are discovering that Luster Cream Shampoo brings out the fullest natural glory of their hair. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water, sweeps dullness away, and in its place leaves hair heavenly soft, shining, obedient. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumas blended lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this almost magic new cream that offers your hair a stunning new sheen and finish. Try that economical $1 jar of Luster Cream Shampoo, now at all cosmetic counters. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Thrill to all those admiring looks coming your way when you begin using Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, as you know, when our young hero Dennis Day met the girl of his dreams, Mildred Anderson, over a year ago, his immediate problem was to get on the good side of her mother. Unfortunately, he's made very little progress with that problem. In fact, he hasn't even found out yet whether she's got one to get on. So this morning, he decided to seek some advice from one who's unquestionably a qualified expert on the matter, the cuter half of the Anderson family.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, my son?
I've been wanting to have a talk with you for some time, sir. It's about Mrs. Anderson.
My little lump of love?
Yes, sir, but with me, she isn't that kind of lump at all. In fact, she hates me.
Oh, now, Dennis, I'm sure you're mistaken. It's probably just that you do something now and then that annoys her.
Yes, sir. I breathe.
Well, don't you stop, my boy, even for her.
But I gotta do something, Mr. Anderson. I can't go through life always scared to death of her.
Well, why should you, my boy? Now, I've known Poopsie for years, and I assure you she wouldn't harm a fly.
Maybe not, but boy, the way she treats human beings.
Now, Dennis, you mustn't feel that way about my wife. She has a hard exterior, yes, but way down deep inside her is a sweet, kindly, lovely soul.
Mr. Anderson, I have no time for dredging. I need help now.
Yes, son, I see your problem. Mrs. Anderson didn't have much respect for me either, right up to the day that I asked her to become my wife. But then, she looked at me in a different light.
Yes, sir, but I don't think a step like that would be practical for me.
Well, to tell the truth, I really didn't have it in mind for you. But, now what we need is some little, hey, wait a minute. I think I have it.
Are you sure I want it?
Yes, I think you do. Remember a few weeks back, my wife's club put on a drive to help juvenile delinquency?
Yes, sir.
Well, they have a new project now. They want the city of Weaverville to build a new jail.
Gee, they must have helped juvenile delinquency no end.
Well, no. As far as I know, the two projects are unrelated. Except that because of her work on the other one, they made Mrs. Anderson the chairman of this one.
Oh, I see. And you think if I could help her in some way...
Exactly. Now, if she can get the city to erect a new jail, despite the objections of the mayor and the chief of police, I have a hunch the club presidency is in her lap. So you see, it's...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, Blossom Face.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I just heard all about your problem with the new jail, and you know what? I'm going to help you.
Dennis, don't say things like that, even if you're joking.
But, Mrs. Anderson, I want to help. Don't you want to hear my ideas?
Why should I?
I might have a good one. You can't listen to your common sense all the time.
Dennis, I'm warning you. Stay out of this. We're taking a public opinion poll on a new jail, and that's all that should be necessary to convince the mayor and the chief of police.
But I know the chief of police personally, and I could have a talk with him and present your side of the case.
Certainly not. Let's at least keep our old jail. If you get mixed up in this in any way, young man...
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning, Mildred.
Good morning, Mildred. Just remember what I said, Dennis. Come along, Herbert. Get your Hoover. This is your thorough cleaning day.
Yes,
My goodness, Dennis, what's the matter?
Oh, I just offered to help your mother with the new jail, and as usual, I made quite a bit of back way.
Oh, gee, they really should have a new jail. Prisoners escape from this old rat trap in droves. It'd be wonderful if you could do something. Say, wait a minute.
An idea, huh?
Oh, a beauty. Look, I'm the secretary of the committee headed by Mrs. Phillips to take a public opinion poll on the new jail.
Yeah?
Well, suppose I list houses to call on where we're sure no one's home.
This is a beauty?
Well, sure. Because there will be someone there. You.
Me?
Of course. At each place, you open the door just wide enough for Mrs. Phillips to hear you but not see you. Then in a different voice each time, you vote yes on the poll. Wonderful?
Wonderful. That's trespassing, illegal entry, housebreaking.
Not if we don't get caught. We'll pick places that are unoccupied or up for sale. Come on, let's go.
You know what, Mildred? If you passed your ideas around to everyone in town instead of just me, they'd have to build a new jail.
See how easy it was? This house was open for inspection, so we have a perfect right to be here.
Gee, never in my wildest dreams did I expect to become all the answers on a public opinion poll. I wish I... Oh, my gosh, look, here's Mrs. Phillips coming up the walk.
All right, now, don't get excited. Just remember which way to vote and disguise your voice. Be Italian or something.
Gee, I don't know much about Italian, but I'll try.
How do you do? I'm conducting a public opinion poll.
That's a fine. I'm a vote the wee-wee.
I don't quite understand.
What's I mean, my shoe? I'm in favor of the new jail.
Why, how did you know that I was going to ask you that?
Well, that is the question on everyone's lips, you know?
Yes?
Well, you happen to pass by just when it got a Bible to mine. Good night, please.
Dennis, you've just got to be more careful after this.
Yeah.
Come on, her next stop is 349 Elm.
How do
Bub.
Bob!
Sorry, Bub-S.
My dear sir.
Got something on your mind, lady?
Why, yes, I have.
Well, as the bald-headed rose said to the stripteaser, let's get it off.
In your opinion, does the city of Weaverville need a new jail?
Why, sure, ma'am. As the clerk in the girdle department said to the fat lady, there ain't no getting around that.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, much better, Dennis. All right, let's go.
How do you do? You're the owner of this house, Professor Nikolai Rudensky?
Da.
Well, I'd like to ask you a question, Professor.
Da?
Yes. Will you answer it?
Da.
Does Weaverville need a new jail?
Da.
Oh, thank you, sir. And goodbye.
Da.
Okay, lassie, I got my opinions, but they're no for free. Now, if you'll give me a halfpenny for my thoughts. Ah, thank you, ma'am. I vote aye. Hey, Ben, who's the Svensson domestic?
Well, Hulda, do you think Weaverville should have a new jail?
Oh, yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh, sure, me all the same a flavor on new jail for Weaverville, you betcha.
Well, thank you very much. And may I have your name, please?
Me all the same hip long on fasting dang ding dong bong from Hong Kong.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, no, very sorry. Just made it first time.
How do you do?
Well, Faith, now on the top of the morning to you, Colleen darling. And what is it I can be after doing for you this fine morning in the store of Hushla McCree?
Why, Dr. Goldberg. That's what your sign says outside the door, Dr. Goldberg.
Oh.
Tell me, Dr. Goldberg, do you think the city of Weaverville needs a new jail?
You're asking me and I'm telling you. What
Well, so far so good, Dennis. And this is the last place.
Yeah, but I'm running out of voices. I can't think of anybody else to be.
Dennis, just use your imagination. You've got to think of one. Oh, my gosh, here she comes. I'll run out and try to stall her while you think of something.
Okay.
You, Mrs. Phillips.
Oh, Mildred.
Yes, I knew you'd be passing by here, so I thought I'd meet you. How's the poll going?
Oh, my dear, it's a landslide for us. But you know, the strangest thing, I never see anyone. No, they just open the door a crack and put their foot in it.
Oh, really?
Yes. And oddest of all, they're all wearing the same clothes. Light brown slacks and sneakers. Even Hulda Swenson, domestic.
Oh, you don't say.
Mm-hmm. I do believe it's a trend, my dear. I must wire Adrian immediately. Well, I wonder who I find in this last house. They've all been so unusual today. Good day. I beg your pardon, but could you open the door just a bit wider?
No, I can't, because I'm only 3.5 years old, so there, too, sir.
3.5 years old?
Yeah, 2.
Well, then how do you explain the fact that you're wearing light brown slacks and sneakers?
Second childhood?
I don't think so. Perhaps I'd better push open the door and find out for myself.
No, wait.
Dennis Day. So, it was you all the time.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
You've ruined my poll, that's what you've done. My report is worthless. I'll have to tear it up.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
think of you being in every single one of those houses. How could you do a thing like that?
We used Mr. Anderson's car.
What if the idea did blow up in our faces? You're not going to quit, are you?
Yep.
Dennis Day, are you the kind of a man who takes a beating lying down?
Nope, I get up and run.
Well, you're not giving up. I have another idea.
Oh, no, Mildred.
Yes. This Mayor Brown who's fighting the new jail is a very impressionable man. Now, if an important senator from Washington, in a big hat and a handlebar mustache, told the mayor we needed a new jail, he'd...
Mildred, no, not a senator. I won't do it. I won't.
Dennis?
No, this I positively and definitely will not do, and that's final.
Dennis Day?
Very well, Poopsie.
Come in. Mayor Brown, my name is Gregory. I'm a big senator from Washington, D.C., that is.
Senator, why, this is a pleasure. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, old master. Mayor, we hear reports in Washington that you'd make a mighty good congressman.
Congressman? Oh, Senator, not really.
Yep. Now, how do you stand on price control, Mayor? Labor, foreign relations, housing, the tariff?
Well, gosh, I don't believe I ever gave any of them a thought.
By George, you might even make the Senate.
Gosh, Senator, honest?
You bet, son. Only there's something standing in the way of your career. We hear you got a bad jail.
A bad jail?
Mighty bad, son. We hear it's so bad that you got to lock people in it.
But they're prisoners, Senator.
They vote, don't they?
Well, yes.
I love every one of them.
But what can I do, Senator?
Build a new jail, son, and fast. I've got big plans for you, but you've got to cooperate. Now, the first thing that we do...
Oh, here's our chief of police. Chief, I want you to meet someone.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Chief.
Now, as I was saying, Mayor...
Wait a minute. You know this man, Chief, and he's not a senator?
A senator? Dennis Day? That kills me.
I don't think it's going to do me much good either.
Oh, impersonating a senator, eh? Day, do you know I could have you jailed for this?
But I did it for a good cause, Your Honor. That jail you've got is an old rat trap. Why, anybody could break out of it.
Anybody, huh?
Why, sure, they... Chief, why are you looking at me like that?
You said anybody could get out, didn't you?
Are you... Is somebody going to get a chance?
We're going to hold you on a technical charge of impersonating a senator, wise guy. And if you can get out of our jail, we'll agree to build a new one.
Me? You're going to put me in jail?
Why, you'll be out in an hour. You said yourself it was an old rat trap.
Yeah, but suppose I was wrong. You'd leave a boy of my type in jail with those hardened criminals?
That's their tough luck. They should have thought of that before they committed their crime. Come on, you.
Hey, Frankie. How you coming with that hole?
Okay. Ought to hit daylight any minute now.
Atta boy, keep digging. We got to get out of this. Wait a minute.
Eh?
Quick. Cover up the hole. Here comes the chief with a guy.
Okay.
Okay, kid. Right in here with these two boys. Well, I'll see you, chum.
Hiya, kiddo.
Hello, bunkies.
What's the moniker, kid?
The what?
The name. I'm Harry the Hook.
Yeah, I'm Frankie the Fink.
Oh, I'm Dennis the Day.
What kind of a name is that? What kind of a name is that for a crook?
Well, you see, I'm not really a full-fledged criminal. I'm just sort of an elderly juvenile delinquent.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they just put me in here to see if I could find a way to get out. Say, you boys don't happen to know anyway, do you?
Oh, so that's it. You're a stoolie, huh?
Huh?
All right, talk, kid. How much do you know?
Beg pardon?
Oh, don't give me that. Spill it. How much do you know?
Well, I went through junior high.
That's not what I mean. Do you see this fist, buddy?
Yes, sir. It's very nicely formed.
How'd you like it in your face?
I wouldn't.
Then talk. Come on, say something.
Yes, sir. Under the spreading chestnut tree. Yes, sir.
Let me at him, Frankie. There's nothing I like better than taking care of a stoolie.
Lay off, Harry. The guy's no stoolie.
I'm telling you he is. Let me at him.
You're crazy, Harry. He's too dumb to be a stoolie.
Oh, yeah?
Listen to your friend, Harry.
A wise guy, huh? I'll show you how we handle stoolies around here.
Watch it. You're pushing him right into the...
Hey! Gee, look, a big hole in the floor. Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine.
Say, we better tell the chief, huh? A prowler could sneak in here that way.
You hear that, Frankie? He wants to tell the chief. And you said he wasn't a stoolie, you dumb ox.
Yeah, well, who pushed him into the hole in the first place, you lunkhead?
Who are you calling a lunkhead?
Who are you calling a dumb ox?
You.
Oh, yeah?
So you want to play, huh?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, fellas, donkeys, please. Hey, you're liable to hurt someone over here, not be yourself. Harry, wait a minute. Oh, he's not watching. Frankie, don't hit him with that phone. Gee, I guess I just bring out the beast in people.
Hey, what's going on here? Oh, holy smoke. Frankie and the hook, both out cold.
It's my fault, Chief. You see,
Your fault? Why, you little tiger.
Huh?
What's this? A hole in the floor.
Yes, sir. That's what started it. You see,
Jack, are you all right?
Mildred and Mrs. Anderson, what are you doing here?
The mayor phoned us. We came down to get you out.
What is this? What's going on here?
This kid just cooled off both these thugs.
What? Dennis? How did it happen?
Well, the way I figure it, the kid dug that tunnel to make the break he said he was going to make. And those two thugs demanded to be taken along. They got tough about it, so Day here, well... Let's have the rest of it from you, Day.
Oh, no, go right ahead. You're doing fine.
Good heavens, look at the size of the hole he dug.
And in less than 5 minutes. How did you do it, Day, with no cool tools of any kind?
Oh, it wasn't very hard rock. I just used my teeth.
Good gosh. Well, this boy has taught me a lesson. The town does need a new jail, and I'm going to see that it gets one.
Oh, Dennis, sugar baby, you doll, you.
Gee, I lead the most unpredictable life.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so proud of you. I could just kiss you.
I'm going to kiss him. I think he's just the most Dennis Day, come up out of that hole.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Let's look in on a young couple with a love seat, but no love. Listen.
Gosh, Judy, you sure are scrappy lately. I've been spending more time in the doghouse than Fido.
Oh, Jim, I don't like these cat and dog fights any better than you do.
Well, then tell me what the trouble is, Judy.
Jim, your dentist can handle that subject better than I can. So ask him, won't you?
And here's what Jim found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the beautiful old favorite, the Whiffenproof Song.
Down at Maurice, to the place where Louis dwells, to the dear old Temple Bar we love so well. Sing the Whiffenpoofs assembled with their glasses raised on high, and the magic of their singing cast its spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, of the songs we love so well, shall I wasting, and Mavurnin and the rest. We will serenade our Louis, while life and voice shall last. Then and be forgotten with the rest. We're poor little lambs who have lost our way. We're little black sheep who have gone astray. Gentlemen, conquer on a free, soon from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as we. Gentlemen, conquer on a free, soon from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Coleman.
And now, the Halls of Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. For many families, breakfast is a small pandemonium, filled with the clatter of cups, a confusion of tongues, desperate last gulps of scorching coffee, and a mad dash for the bus station. But for Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, and his wife, Victoria, it's usually an unruffled few moments put aside for their private lives. This morning, for instance, Victoria is arranging a bowl of flowers on the table, while Dr. Hall is thoughtfully staring at a highly polished spoon.
There. Now. Nothing like a few well-arranged ranunculars. What's the plural of ranunculars, Toddy?
Oh, you could express it in 3 different ways. 1, Latin, ranunculi. 2, English, ranunculuses. 3, idiomatic. Some of these pretty whatchamacallits.
I'll take the idiotic way. But they do make a pretty blink, don't they?
They do indeed. Yes, they start the morning off very well. But it is the picture of Victoria, well and beautifully arranged in the opposite chair, which sustains me for the rest of the day.
Oh, darling, I do feel lovely and conceited. And at breakfast, too.
Where my emotions about you are concerned, the time of day is unimportant. My heart ticks away, but it strikes no hours. Besides, I've never subscribed to the popular belief, originated by some sour cynic and perpetuated by comic strip artists, that the breakfast table is necessarily a battleground, strewn with bad manners and resounding with the clash of personalities.
Well, that's because you are a dear love.
As my father used to say, the world would be a happier place if people would start the day by drinking a toast to someone instead of just eating it with someone.
That's a wonderful idea, the toast. Here's to William, the light of my life, from a woman who's extremely happy that I happen to be his wife. Yeah, well, the meter and the grammar may be a little bit ragged, but the sentiment is sincere.
The meter doesn't matter as long as I did.
Did what?
Meter.
I'm glad you did, too. And not to interrupt a nice sentimental conversation, may I ask why you keep staring into that teaspoon? What's the matter with it? Do you want a clean one?
No. It's quite clean and handsomely polished. No, I was merely fascinated by the optical illusions caused by the reflections in a concave surface. In it, I am upside down. It's very refreshing.
Refreshing?
Yes. It's a matter of perspective, of course, but any device which can show things in a new light is both stimulating and therapeutic.
Oh, you mean if the world could see itself reflected in its teaspoons, it might stop waving its knives?
Something like that, yes. And then, too, there is a school of thought which believes that standing on one's head early in the morning is stimulating to the brain. It's good for...
Yeah, well, I'll task you to see who walks to the front door on his hands. Have you got a quarter?
No, so I'll volunteer.
Yeah, well, if it's a salesman working his way through college, tell him so away.
Well, Professor Warren, it's good to see you. Come in.
Well, I know it's an unholy hour to call, Doc, but I'm on a tight schedule today. Morning, Mrs. Hall.
Well, hello, stranger. Come in and join us for a cup of coffee.
All right, Mrs. Hall, but only 4 teaspoons full. And pull down the shades. I've already had my allowance this morning. That housekeeper of mine counts every sip I swallow. I think she's in the secret service of my insurance company.
And how is the faithful Miss Burgess?
Minding my business as usual. How are you nice people?
Much better now that our favorite history professor has finally decided to pay us a visit. Here's your coffee.
Oh, a full cup. Thanks for contributing to my delinquency. I never realized how much I missed you two, since I've been fighting with the publishers of that nauseating monstrosity of mine, which appeared under the revolting pen name of Llewellyn Lafayette. Now they want me to answer all his fan mail. Gee.
Oh, but I understood you had become reconciled to your triumph as a popular novelist.
Oh, yes, but who am I kidding? I'm a glorious failure, wallowing in a disgusting success.
And you love it, and it obviously agrees with you, too.
Yes. Now tell us, Professor, how was your lecture tour this summer?
Well, Doc, after autographing the umpteenth thousandth copy of The Heart of Passion, I kidded myself into believing that the honking gander that was old Professor Warren had suddenly become the singing swan that is Llewellyn Lafayette. Say, Mrs. Hall, before I forget what I really came for, have you got a lace tablecloth I can borrow?
A lace tablecloth? Why, well, of course, and you're more than welcome to it.
And maybe 4 fancy napkins? I know I'm more the arsenic than the old lace type. But frankly, I didn't know where else to go on such short notice.
Well, I'm glad you came to us, but you sound so desperate about it.
Yes, are you testing out a new washing powder to win a prize? You know, I like Quincy's Rinsies because in 25 words or less.
No, it's nothing as easy as that. I'm giving an unexpected dinner tomorrow night, and I need you two even more than your tablecloth.
Oh, that's an irresistible invitation, Professor. Thank you.
Well, about 7, black tie, if I can find mine. So on, folks, I got to meet a plane.
Goodbye,
Professor. Well, how about that new pinstripe suit and the flower in his buttonhole?
Yeah.
And the haircut. You don't suppose he's beginning to believe his own publicity, do you?
Well, something's happened. I'm familiar with his contempt for convention, but this anxiety of his about a lace tablecloth is it's a new and baffling facet of his character.
Yeah, he was so anxious about it, he forgot to take it with him. I have finally met an absent-minded professor.
And this dinner seems to be an affair of state.
Yeah.
Vicky, I wonder if it could be his publisher who is coming.
Yeah, well, absent-minded professor regains memory. You get the door, Toddy. I'll get the tablecloth.
Ah, your tablecloth, I presume, Professor.
Yep. Guess I left my head at home this morning. Doc, I used to think I remembered everything. Now I realize I just ignored everything I forgot.
Yes, man doesn't realize how much he is indebted to his subconscious. He can do something without knowing why, and then find several splendid reasons for having done it. It may account for many of history's heroes.
Here you are, Professor, and the napkin.
Thanks, Mrs. Hall. It's not going to be a party, mind you. In fact, just you two and, Fern.
Fern?
Mrs. Winthrop.
Mrs. Winthrop. Have we met her?
No, I was going to keep her a secret until the psychological moment, but I guess I better prepare you for the shock. Don't ask me how it happened, but I've got me a lady friend.
Why, that's wonderful, Professor Warren.
I wouldn't call it shocking, but it is a delightful surprise. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. In a way, you might say it was a forgotten moment in my past that caught up with me in, of all places, Salina, Kansas. I was there on my lecture tour. Fern's quite the literary light out there, you know. President of the Byron Society, no less. A widow.
Well, this is the time to go widow shopping just before Christmas.
Charming woman. Seems to grasp things. Insight, sympathy, genuine enthusiasm. Never known a woman quite like Fern. Which could be explained by the fact that I've never known very many women. Oh, but Fern. Wait till you see her.
We'll be looking forward to meeting her.
Is she staying here and I belong?
Huh? Oh, yes. She's visiting with relatives, and I persuaded her to stop over at Ivy and see our campus, and... What? What'd you say?
Well, would you like me to wrap up the tablecloth and napkins?
Oh, no, I haven't time, Mrs. Hall. If any of the nosy neighbors see me, I'll just tell them I've started to take in washing. Wouldn't startle them half as much as the truth.
Go on, Professor. Well, Mrs. Winthrop explains everything.
Yes. This would be the place to say, well, what do you know? If either one of us ever said, well, what do you know?
Yeah.
Which neither one of us would be caught dead saying. Which is the first time I ever said caught dead.
Don't worry. You'll see secret is safe with me.
I suppose I'm slightly staggered by the news that the last of the incorrigible bachelors is thrown in the sponge.
Yeah, it looks like the last of the tobacco-chewing professors is going to have to switch to bubble gum.
But Professor Warren, he was the one man who always seemed to be self-sufficient, self-reliant, a self-contained entity. Ah, Vicky, I'm afraid he's got it bad.
If your it refers to what I think it refers to, and you got it bad enough, it isn't bad. It's good.
Return to the halls of Ivy, where Dr. and Mrs. Hall are in Professor Warren's parlor, becoming acquainted with his lady friend, Mrs. Fern Winthrop.
Well, it's been a long time since you've been in my house, folks.
Joseph has told me so much about you two that I feel as though I've always known you.
Well, since Professor Warren always unvarnishes the truth, Mrs. Winthrop, that leaves us without a pretense to stand on.
Yeah, it puts it as at a disadvantage. Told you all about us and kept you a big secret.
Well, Mrs. Hall, you know I suffer from a kind of natural shyness. Almost said diffidence, but diffidence is always used to explain someone's bad manners.
Oh, your shyness is one of your sweetest qualities, Joseph. It's what I remembered most about you.
Fern sees me through the wrong end of the telescope. It was way back more than 40 years ago.
I was just a mere wide-eyed child. I remember it as vividly as though it were yesterday. Isn't it wonderful how fate kept us apart over the years just so we could meet again at the age of discretion? I don't believe that fate is really blind. Do you, Dr. Hall?
It may be due to my own blindness, Mrs. Winthrop, but I think that the best way to keep fate on your side is to have faith.
Oh, good, very good.
Well, fate sure lowered the boom on us tonight. Of all times, Burgess has to go visit a sick sister or something.
And now, Joseph, tell them the truth.
Huh?
They might as well know that your housekeeper simply walked out on you. Mrs. Hall, you have no idea how insolent she was to him. If there's anything that I loathe, it's a woman who bullies a man. Oh, Joseph, dear, I meant the silver leaf ashtrays, not those old chipped glass things.
I couldn't find them, Fern.
Well, never mind, dear. I always say that if a man can't be the master in his own house, well, then I think... Oh, but there I go. I haven't let anyone else get a word in edgewise. When I get started on the subject of Joseph Warren, I never know when to stop.
Oh, you needn't stop, Mrs. Winthrop. He's one of our favorite subjects, too. With the added advantage that you can discuss him in mixed company.
Oh, Doc, if I'm going to be in the fishbowl, everybody else has got to dive in it with me.
Yeah, fishbowl. Well, that's it. I knew something was missing in this room. What happened to it, Professor?
Well, the fish were getting tired of looking at me anyway, so I threw them out. Along with that old leather chair of mine.
Mrs. Hall, the minute I stepped into this room, I could sense the conflict. Why, that hideous old chair quarreled with everything else in here.
Mostly me. Fern's made me realize that chair was the story of my life. Comfortable, hide-bound, and sagging.
But I saw Joseph this summer. He kept apologizing for his age, and I said age was only a habit. Now, that chair was one of his habits. Why, Joseph has a whole new life ahead of him, and I don't just mean because of his novel. There's real poetry in Joseph.
Oh, I don't claim to be any Lord Byron, but I used to be pretty good at limericks. Wrote one about you once, Doc.
Oh, really?
Can you remember it?
Can a mother forget her children? Certainly I remember it. Will Hall, Ph.D. and M.A., solves difficult problems each day to keep his school in the groove, which just goes to prove he's the will that proves there's a way.
Oh, very flattering, Professor. And it's refreshing to be the subject of a limerick that can be quoted without sending the children out of the room.
I'm so glad you mentioned Byron, Joseph. I can't wait to talk to you people about him. He's my subject, you know. I can quote him for hours and hours when I get started. People must be starving. Of course, I hadn't expected to cook tonight, but when that woman left so unexpectedly...
Isn't there something I can do to help, Mrs. Winthrop?
I used to slice bread quite neatly until the bakers in a fit of jealousy started selling it already cut.
No, thank you. It's all in the oven. It'll be done in 15 minutes or so. But I do have a few canapes. Will you excuse me? And Joseph.
Yes?
Would you mind helping me, dear?
Make yourself at home, folks. Coming, Fern.
I love that old leather chair, Toddy. It was the nicest thing in the whole room.
Yes, it was comfortable, wasn't it? And Burgess was a very valuable woman.
I miss the fish, too. Such good little things. They never jumped up in your lap to have their ears scratched. Oh, dear. I hope first impressions won't last.
Oh, Vicky, I'm reminded of a scene in my parents' living room when I brought one of my first girls home to meet them. Of course, mind you, it never amounted to anything.
You'll have to explain, darling, at this late date.
No. But I was both apprehensive and defensive. I so wanted my mother and father to approve.
Now, come on. What did they do?
Nothing. Very effectively and with great charm, they did nothing, and it broke the spell. I learned then that non-intervention in matters romantic is the highest form of diplomacy, and that the course of true love is not banked on the sharp turns. Mrs. Winthrop, that what was most remarkable was that despite his impatience and slovenly technique, Byron's temperament and vigor gave his verse a timbre all its own. Take the momentum of his anapests, for instance. I enter thy garden of roses. Or better still, the Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold.
And his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold, and the sheen of their spears was like stars on the sea.
Well, bravo, Mrs. Hall. Oh, that was a lovely delivery. You should have gone on the stage.
I gave it some thought at one time.
You should obey those impulses, dear. Joseph, do you remember the first time I read that poem to you?
Yep, I remember.
And best of all, of course, is the one that every woman wishes was written for her. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies.
And all its best is dark and bright, meet in her aspect and her eyes.
Thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies.
Oh, what fun! Joseph, this is what I meant by the companionship I said you needed.
Well, Fern, I guess I'm not as pig-headed about poetry as I used to be.
Ah, Mrs. Winthrop, you are a remarkable woman. You have accomplished the impossible. I have been able to discuss and debate a good many things with my friend here, but every time I mentioned a poet, especially one of the romantics, the wall of indifference became impenetrable.
Congratulations, Professor, and welcome to our Association for Incurable Romantics.
Well, we are certainly all in tune with each other tonight, aren't we? Through poetry, we are part of the larger harmonies around us. Poetry helps to brighten up the world for us, doesn't it, Dr. Hall?
Yes. Yes, a poet himself once observed that if you take an old, dull, brown penny and rub it vigorously with wet sand, the penny will come out a bright gold color, looking as clean and new as the day it was minted. Poetry has the same effect on words and our world as wet sand on pennies.
That this early on Sunday morning. Shall I get it, Toddy?
No, darling, it must be the paper boy, and I've the change right here.
All right.
Why, good morning, Professor Warren.
Wet sand, old dull brown pennies.
Oh, come in, come in.
I don't want to be brightened up. Well, good morning, Mrs. Hall.
Well, sit down, Professor. You look tired.
I ought to be. Spent most of the night swimming the Hellespont. Rather, I was Lord Byron. But I ain't Lord Byron, so I turned back. And then I got stuck in miles and miles of wet sand. And I woke up and it was 3 a.m. and I couldn't get back to sleep. So I came over to tell you folks that I woke up.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Yes.
I want to know one thing, Doc. Are you trying to marry me off to that wet sand?
Oh, I'll have to parry that question with another, Professor. Why do you assume that I should be trying to marry you off to anybody?
Doc, what happened to me? Does the brain really soften when the arteries start to harden? I guess if I had any blood left in me, I'd be blushing with shame.
Well, what for?
The only thing worth blushing for. Sheer stupidity. For not recognizing that the spots in front of my eyes were just plain dust without any stars in them. And for leading on a kind and pleasant woman. I can only redeem myself now by saving her from an unhappy life. With me.
Mrs. Winthrop seemed to be extremely happy with you last night.
Not when I took my charm off.
What did you do?
I just stopped being Llewellyn Lafayette and became Joe Warren again. First, I told her what I thought of Byron. It was plenty, but not enough. Then I told her I wanted my bad habits back. Oh, leather chair for one, and the fish. But what really threw her was when I took out my plug of chewing tobacco. You see, I got honest again, Doc. You folks know that I'm a pretty cranky old man when I'm a true self.
Oh, we don't know anything of the kind, frankly. I agree with what Mrs. Winthrop said about you.
What?
Well, you do have poetry in you. How you express it is another matter. But I've learned that if one looks over the wall, however high and insurmountable it may seem, one will always find the garden in the heart of any man.
Well, maybe, Doc. But we don't all grow roses, do we? Maybe some of us just have a small backyard with one shade tree and have grown so used to it alone that we don't know how to share it anymore. Well, so long, folks.
Goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, Professor. And we're glad you're back.
Thanks. So maybe you two didn't have anything to do with saving me and Fern from a fate worse than. But I want to thank you anyway, because I think maybe you did. And to quote Byron for the last time, maybe I am ashes where I once was fire. But when you get along toward winter, there's nothing like ashes to keep you from slipping.
Your policy of non-intervention seems to have been a diplomatic triumph.
Yes, I've always believed that the unknown sculptor of the Venus de Milo deliberately left it incomplete.
Why?
To show the world that the goddess of love recommended a hands-off policy.
It might also show why Cupid never wears any clothes. Love should have nothing up its sleeve.
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colby. Professor Warren is played by Arthur Q. Bryan, and Fern Winthrop was Sarah Selby. Tonight's script was written by Barbara Milton Merlin and Don Quinn.
of a soul will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start, our journeys are apart. A part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow. We'll remember halls of ivy in the sweet afterglow.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Elvia Allman, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breathtaking sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
April is the month for parties, and the social season in Mel Blanc's little town is in full swing. At the swanky Larchmont Country Club, the dance has been a brilliant social success, and as the young blue bloods leave the place, they try to make an impression by having the doorman call out their names to announce their expensive cars. Let's listen as the doorman's loud voice rings out.
Mr. Henry DuPeister.
My Cadillac, if you please.
Mr. Sylvester Morgan.
My Duesenberg, if you please.
Mr. Mel Blanc.
Piggyback, if you please.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mel didn't care to make too much of an impression. He sneaked into the dance in the first place. Now let's pick up Mel the next day. He's in his fix-it shop speaking to his girl, Betty Colby, of more reasonable things.
Betty, how's about going to the movies with me tonight? We can sit in the balcony, and I guarantee we'll have a lot of fun.
Mel, how can you guarantee it?
I unscrewed the bulb out of the usher's flashlight.
No, Mel, not tonight.
Oh, I know why. You're still mad at me because of what happened in the movies last week. The way I hugged and squeezed and kissed, and then I remembered we didn't get 2 seats together.
Anyway, Mel, the reason I can't go with you is because Father is tendering a very important social event tonight. I'm sorry, Mel, but you're not invited.
Not invited?
No.
But, Betty, why not? I'm the same as anybody else. I'm as good as you are. After all, I breathe the same air you do. I see the same movies you do. When we go out to dinner, I pay half the check just like you do.
No, Mel, it's not that. It's just that Father thinks the things you do at parties are so ridiculous. Like that Scotchman imitation at the last party. Putting on a skirt and instead of a bagpipe blowing into a vacuum cleaner.
Well, they all laughed. Especially when someone plugged in the vacuum cleaner and it took me 3 hours to fight my way out of the bag.
Well, you see, it's just things like that that make Daddy so provoked. When Father's invited the cream of society, he can't take chances. Oh, I'm sorry, Mel, but it's time for me to go. We're cocktailing at 5 and hors d'oeuvring at 7.
Well, stay with me, Betty. I'm bubble gumming at 9. Well, here comes your father now.
Oh, hello, Pater.
Hello, Data.
Tater. Oh, Brader.
Oh. Quiet. Mel Blanc, you idiot, I told you to fix my ice cream freezer for the party. But what did you do to it?
Well, Mr. Colby, I didn't have all the parts, so I put in some coils from a beer pipe. Anything wrong?
Anything wrong, he says. You moron. All the ice cream I sold today has a head on it.
Acme pistachio.
Look, Mr. Oh, quiet, you idiot. Well, no, I can't be angry today. No, I'm having the most distinguished people in town at my party tonight. I'm breaking into society, and the food I'm serving. Caviar, pheasant. Tonight I'll have the biggest spread in town.
Well, what's the matter with the one you got? Can't I come to your party, Mr. Colby?
Because I'm inviting the cream of society. And you have no family background. Why, my grandfather fought for the South in the Civil War. I can still show you the bullet holes in his Confederate suit.
Well, my grandfather fought for the North. I can still show you the holes in this Union suit.
Oh. You and your corny joke. You mean? No, Mel, you disgrace me. Not only are you barred from the party, but you're never going to marry my daughter, Betty. No woman should be allowed to bring idiots into the world.
Well, Mr. Colby, where would you be if your mother felt that way?
If you come around my house tonight, I'll break every bone in your body. Come along, Betty.
So long, Mel.
So long, Betty. Huh. I wouldn't go to their old party if they got down on their knees and begged me. I wouldn't go for $1 million. Not me.
Mel?
Yes, Mr. Colby?
Tell Zuki to come right over. He's going to be my butler tonight.
Oh. Anything else you want to tell me, Mr. Colby?
No. What more can I say to an idiot like you?
Huh. Tried to talk me into coming to his party. Well, I'm through with him and his daughter. In fact, I'm through with all women. I'll never look at another woman again. Never have anything to do with women. When I have children, I'll bring them up the same way. If I could only crash that party, I'd show Mr. Colby's cream of society that I'm just as creamy as they are.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, Professor Potchnick, my favorite music teacher. Where are you coming from?
Oh, I was giving piano lessons to little Bobby down the block. You know, I wish he'd wash his hands before taking a lesson.
Why?
He has the only piano in town with all black keys. Oh, does that Bobby play a Slavic knobby? By the way, Mel, what are you wearing to Mr. Colby's party tonight?
Nothing.
Mel, isn't that a little daring?
Oh, no, Professor. I'm not going at all. Mr. Colby didn't invite me.
The only reason I'm invited is because my pupil, Mrs. Grimes, is singing there. And when Banker Grimes hears her, I'll lose my pupil. Oh, is she terrible?
Sounds like a hog caller, huh?
Hog caller? Mel, on a clear day, she can call the bacon out of a club sandwich 3 miles away.
Oh, she can't be that bad.
Well, the last time she was singing was at a Thanksgiving dinner.
How was she?
All I know is that the turkey kept stuffing the dressing in his ear. I'm asking you to sing with pear-shaped tones, and what is coming out? Fruit salad. I'm worried, Mel. I can't afford to lose my star pupil. After all, that's my bread and borscht.
Well, I'm worse off than you are, Professor. I'm losing my girl.
Mel, I know just how you feel. I remember when I was married to my wife. If I left her for a second, she said, by George, I'm going to miss you. By George, I'm going to be lonely. One time I went on a trip, and when I got back, she was gone.
Where was she?
By George. Hey, Mel, look, if you pretended you were a music critic, I could get you into the party.
Yeah?
Sure, you could tell Banker Grimes his wife has a wonderful voice.
Yeah, I could save your pupil and at the same time watch Betty. Professor, that's wonderful.
Well, it's a deal. I'll see you later and we'll go to Colby's party together. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, am I going to get even with Colby? I'll crash that party and be a social lion. Hey, wait a minute. I can't go. Mr. Colby will recognize my voice. 1 minute, cream of society. Next minute, buttermilk.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and that great Come and Get It Day.
What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Julia, big as life, that day is coming soon. Julia, on that great come and get it day. Won't it be fun when worry is done and money is had? That's the time things will come your way. On that great come and get it day.
I'll get my gal.
Gonna get his gal.
Calico gal.
Calico gal.
I'll get my mule.
Gonna get his mule.
That acre of ground.
Acre of ground, 'cause word has come from Gabriel's horn. The earth beneath your plow is a button, and now it's yours. It's yours. Story time's coming for you to stay. On that great come and get it day. What do you know? There's a great day coming mañana. Julia, big as life, that day is coming soon. Story time's coming for to stay. On that great come and get it, and keep it, and share it. Great come and get it there. Julia.
Now back to Mel Blanc, who has a problem. How not to be Mel Blanc. Mel wants to crash Mr. Colby's party to prove he's socially acceptable and help out his friend Professor Potchnick, the music teacher. He still doesn't know how he's going to do it, and while he's thinking about it, he's busy in his fix-it shop hanging up a picture.
Long nail. Gosh, how am I going to get into that party? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello there.
Greetings, mighty zebra. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Mighty potentate, how's your little hummingbird?
Mel, if you're referring to my wife, the word is bat. Matter of fact, Mel, she's a cross between a gull and a loon. A goon. No, it's not fair of me to say that. She's really a bat.
Why do you say bat? A bat hangs by its toenails from the rafters.
Mel, have you ever seen the scratch marks on our curtain rods?
Well, if your wife looks like that, how did you ever get hitched?
Hung is the word. You know, Mel, I wish I'd listened to my father when I got married. He said, John, don't rush, don't hurry. There are plenty of fish in the ocean. But I married my wife anyway. How happy I could have been with a mackerel.
Was there much of a wedding ceremony?
Yes, there was, Mel. A beautiful one.
But, Mel, I should have known there was something wrong when that choir sang, "Here comes the groom, dragged to his doom. Here comes the bride, riding on her broom."
You sound pretty disgusted, mighty potentate.
Yesterday, my wife and I were in the car, and I couldn't get it started. My wife just sat there barking at me. "John, give it gas. Choke it, John. Choke the old rattletrap." Gad, what a temptation. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got low in the dog.
Mighty potentate, I've got troubles of my own. I thought I'd be able to crash Mr. Colby's society party as a music critic. But I can't because he'll recognize my voice.
Well, Mel, why use your own voice? Just put on a long cape and a beard and pretend that you're an Italian impresario, a foreigner.
Hey, that's a great idea, mighty potentate. What made you think of me becoming a foreigner?
Mel, ever since I've been married, I've been trying to get myself deported. Well, good luck, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Stallion Road, or I can go home and look at the old gray mare I married. Oh, Mel.
Say, that's a great idea. I'd better send Zuki to tell Professor Potchnik I'm going to the party as an Italian impresario. Oh, I just remembered. Zuki is working over at Colby's house as a butler. I wonder how he's doing.
That's what Zuki, the guests haven't even arrived yet, and the punch bowl is completely empty. What happened to it?
Well, you see, it evaporated. The maid, the cat, the dog,
Oh, well, Zuki, I'll forgive you for that.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mr. Colby. Nice punch, too.
Now, Zuki, you've got to set the table. You know which side to put the knives and forks on?
Oh, sure. I put the knives on the the forks on the well, the big spoon goes in the let them eat with their hands.
Now, Zuki, stop this fooling around. Remember, the cream of society will be here, and I want everything to be just right. Now, what will you do after dinner is over?
Well, I'll clean the state. I'll pick up the I'll search everybody for the silverware.
Well, Mel, here we are at Colby's house. You look wonderful in that cape and beard. Are you nervous?
Of course not. Just don't light any cigarettes near my beard.
Oh, it's Banker Grimes. Where's Mr. Colby?
Oh, Professor Potchnik, come in. Mr. Colby is in the kitchen. Oh, I see you brought a very distinguished friend.
I want you to meet Italy's greatest impresario, Salvatore Pastagazuka.
Well, Maestro Pasta, yes. Well, sir, as we say in Spanish, buenas noches.
And as we say in Italian, a chicken a cacciatore.
Maestro Pastagazuka has come to hear your wife sing.
Yes, I'm a great singer myself. Listen. Oh, sola miola, oh, sola you all.
Oh, sola you all?
Yeah, I come from South Italy. Oh, how I hated to leave Italy with all of my bambinos.
Do you have many children?
32. Allegretto, glissando, andante.
Well, why did you name your children after musical terms?
Because every time I look around, there's a new composition. Now, there's my little one. Never opens his mouth. I call him a pianissimo. The noisy one, fortissimo. And one is always spitting out the watermelon seeds, pizzicaro. And one we're expecting unfinished symphony.
Well, tell me, Is every one of them named after a musical term?
All except for the oldest one. He takes care of everybody.
And what is his name?
Petrillo. You know what they call me over there? Local 802. 32 kids.
Why did you leave Italy?
I didn't want to try for 64. But I come to hear singing. Where's the prima donkey? I mean, the prima donna.
Oh, yes, my wife. There she is. Oh, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Darling, yes, this is the famous Italian impresario Maestro Pasta Gazooka.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Watchnik, let's go.
Oh, how wonderful. Before I listen to you sing, Mrs. Grimes, please open the mouth. I must examine the vocal cords.
Well, Maestro, what do you see?
You are better looking on the inside than on the outside. Now try to warm up a little. Loosen up the diaphragm. I said loosen it. Don't throw it at me. Well, Madame Grimes, I'm ready to hear you sing. Quiet, everybody. Come on, you quiet. Come on. Go ahead. Sure, there's no reply. Everybody dropped it there.
Professor Kotsnick, is this what you've been teaching my wife? From now on, sir, no more lessons.
How dare you interrupt her? She's wonderful.
Oh, yes, look at the food on the table. The pig's feet just got up and walked away.
That's ridiculous. Madame, continue the song. Mel Blanc, you've ruined my party. I'll break every bone in your body.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Colby. Mel, let me tell you, that was a wonderful impersonation.
You liked it, Banker Grimes?
Yes, I did. You changed a boring party into a wonderful evening.
Well, Mel, my son, come and join us at dinner.
Oh, so delighted. I'm hungry.
Announce the dinner, Zuki.
All right. Dinner is Where'd everybody go?
Mr. Colby, that was a wonderful dinner. And, Mel, you must come to my house some evening. Oh, such wonderful impersonation.
Thanks, Banker Grimes. What do you think, Betty?
Oh, gosh, Mel, you're wonderful.
It's colossal. And, Mrs. Grimes, don't forget the lesson tomorrow. Bring your tonsils and $10.
Oh, yes. And now, before we leave the party, I shall endeavor to finish my song.
Where'd everybody go?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Do you want a dentifrice that does right by your teeth and your breath? Well, it's Colgate Tooth Powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. It foams into action, swirls around your mouth, sweetens, freshens, gives your breath a wholesome lift. Yes, in 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And what a wonderful job it does on your teeth. Really a dazzling performance. Colgate Tooth Powder cleans teeth beautifully, reveals their natural brilliance. That makes a flashing smile. So for teeth that naturally sparkle and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guests, Chief Nadaba, famous Indian guide. The Martins and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say to you Wednesday, February 12th, it means Lincoln's birthday. But if you say to me Wednesday, February 12th, it means just another Wednesday. And here he is again, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. You didn't like the introduction.
No, Jimmy, I only want...
You never like your introductions. The same beef every week.
Jimmy, I only want...
I've got to think up something, don't I? I can't just say, here's Fred Allen every Wednesday.
Jimmy, I only wanted
Maybe you better get yourself a new mouthpiece.
Now, wait a minute. I am trying to say to you that your introduction tonight was swell.
You mean you liked it?
Yes. Why, after all, mentioning me in the same breath with Lincoln...
What a comparison. Lincoln freed the slaves, and look at me. I barely finished eating dinner, and here I am back working. If that isn't slavery, then I don't know what is.
Stop crabbing. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be eating dinner. Oh, Kenny.
Sorry, not right now, F.A.
Not right now what?
I haven't got time to say anything funny right now. I gotta go.
Well, what's your rush? Did Uncle Don hide something for you tonight? What's your hurry, Kenny?
I'm writing this essay for Mr. Goodman.
What essay?
An essay about Lincoln. It's Mr. Goodman's homework at night school.
Oh, is it? Have you gotten your facts together?
No, I'm going out right now to get a directory.
A directory to check on Lincoln? You mean history, don't you?
No, a directory. I've got to look up a Mr. Gettysburg's address.
Oh, yes, you're... And while Kenny gets in touch with Mr. Gettysburg, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Heavy rains that swept metropolitan area and Atlantic seaboard late last week left behind scores of stalled cars, flooded basements, interrupted telephone service, and highway washouts. Texaco News checks on storm flashes from entire eastern section. Baltimore, Maryland reports.
Rain so steady here, a statue of Henry Clay turned to mud.
Hogwash, Vermont.
Poured here. 200 of my hens got lumbago from sitting on wet nests.
Nutley, New Jersey.
Streets were flooded here. I stepped off the sidewalk. The water was over my head. I went down 4 times before they pulled me out.
But you can only go down 3 times in water.
I know. If I could count, I'd have drowned.
Hundreds of similar flashes poured in from entire eastern area. A tourist in New York City who was confused by the storm was Miss Trilby Lamour. You witnessed the deluge, Trilby?
Yes. I saw this fluid catapulting down. I didn't know what it was.
You didn't know what it was? You had never seen rain?
I'm from California.
Oh. You don't have rain in California.
I believe there is a small bottle of it in the museum at Pasadena.
Oh, come, Miss Lamour. You must have dew in California.
A dew is optional.
It's optional? How do you mean?
Well, if you want dew, there are men who come around every morning and service the grass.
Oh, they service the grass
Yes.
out there, do they? I thought so. I've heard of the many dew bills that fly around Hollywood.
You bore me.
Well, it's the old saying, you know. It never rains, but it bores.
Well, I assure you it will never rain in California. Now I suppose you'll ask me why.
Yes, I suppose I shall ask you why. Why?
Rain has to fall, doesn't it?
Yes.
Nothing can fall without the law of gravity, can it?
Ah, so the real reason it can't rain in California is...
The Chamber of Commerce has repealed the law of gravity. Ask me why.
You should live so long in bad health yet. And thank you, Miss Trilby Lamour. A Navy man who had a most unusual experience in the rain was Ensign Naunton Keel. Where are you stationed, Ensign?
I'm at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I'm a decider.
A decider?
Yeah, when a new boat is finished, nobody knows if it's a launch or a submarine. I decide.
Well, how do you decide?
Well, I get into the boat. If the boat sinks, I decide it's a submarine.
And if it doesn't sink?
I decide it's a launch.
I see. Well, about this rainstorm.
Oh, it was the worst dilemma of my entire nautical career.
What happened?
I was about to decide a new boat, the SS Flounder.
The SS Flounder,
Yeah.
huh?
The rain is coming down in torrents.
Yes?
I ease the SS Flounder out of dry dock. She sinks. I decide she's a submarine.
And you start to test her?
Yeah, I submerge. I come up. It's raining pitchforks, water everywhere. I can't see if the SS Flounder's submerged or if she's floating.
What did you do?
I keep testing. I'm shooting along. All of a sudden, I feel the flounder is banging something on both sides.
Yes?
I stick out my periscope. I get me bearings.
Where were you? Off Sandy Hook?
No, I'm down on the IRT subway at 23rd Street.
You were down in the subway in your submarine?
It was the rain, flooding everything. I must have come up on a street in Brooklyn, gone a couple of blocks, and submerged at Borough Hall.
Well, tell me, how did you ever get from 23rd Street back to the Brooklyn Navy Yard?
Oh, I took a local, changed the canal fit. I was back in the yard.
What became of your submarine?
Can you keep a secret?
Yes.
I seen an IRT Express go by this morning. What do you think is painted on the side of the first car?
What?
SS Flounder.
Subway riders were jammed into a submarine and didn't notice the difference?
Not on the IRT, brother.
It could be, MT. And thank you, Ensign. Thank you, Ensign Naunton Keel. The man, though, who really had the most trouble as a result of the recent rain was Rudy Goober. You had a medley of diarrhea. your adventures, Rudy?
I ended up in the clink.
You did? Well, what happened?
Well, I work down on the east side.
I see.
The Friday, I go out to lunch.
Was it raining?
No, the sun is out. I'm walking along Canal Street. I see a guy laying outside of a clothing store. I think he's fainted.
So?
I pick him up, carry him into the clothing store. So I find out he owns it.
Well, how did you know?
So while I'm trying to revive him, he sells me a suit of clothes.
You mean it's a racket?
Yeah, this guy lays outside the store. People keep carrying him in. Bang. He revives and sells him a suit.
What kind of a suit did you get?
A brown Bagadine.
Gabardine?
Who knows? The guy had a dialect.
Oh, well, now.
There I am, all in brown, a brown felt hat, brown bulldog shoes, a brown suit.
You were a symphony in sepia.
I'm hot.
Yeah?
Well, just as I'm stepping out of the clothing store, wham, this rain starts.
Yes?
That's all, brother.
You mean the suit?
Everything. The hat flattened out like a crepe Suzette. The bulldog shoes spread out like two briefcases.
Well,
The coat shot up me back like a caught skyrocket.
God.
And both legs of me pants zipped up me shins and lassoed me hips.
Well, didn't you get in out of the rain?
I couldn't move. I was hemmed in by this clawed octopus.
You poor man.
There I stood. Me little brown pants, me vest around me throat like a neckerchief. The next thing I know, zing, I'm in a patrol wagon.
Arrested?
I'm not only pinched, I got 30 days.
For what?
Impersonating a Boy Scout.
But as folks in New York and the eastern states huddled together in dank groups saying, quote, "This is the worst rain this country has ever had," unquote, a voice from out of the sky was heard to say,
"You think you've seen rain. You don't know what rain is."
Who is that?
I'm Noah, brother. In my day, it rained.
Thank you. And now, through the magic of radio, we leave Noah abruptly and find ourselves confronted with Kenny Baker, who makes ready to sing Amapola.
A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A girl with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night, while guitars would softly play, the tune seemed to dance round the words that he'd say. That lovely flower so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charm from you. Amapola, Amapola, how I long to hear you say, I love you.
just sit down and rest. Say, where is Larry Elliot?
Right here, Fred.
Larry, I have something here that might interest you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a memo from my private statistical bureau about the number of new drivers in the country last year.
Well, how many were there, Fred?
Approximately 2 million.
Say, 2 million new drivers. That's a lot. You know, if all those new drivers were placed end to end, why, they'd reach from...
I know. They'd reach for the gear shift and accidentally pull out the choke or something.
Oh, no, Fred.
Oh, yes, Larry. I know new drivers trying to remember how to move the gear shift lever into first, second, and high always gets them as rattled as the Siamese twins in a revolving door.
Well, not anymore, Fred, because today's new drivers have a lot less to learn. Modern cars are simpler and more flexible. In fact, the act of shifting gears while driving is rapidly going out of style. But that business of first, second, and high, those three mechanical divisions of speed and power, never has meant much, if anything, to Texaco Sky Chief gasoline. This different premium gasoline gets you off from a standing start with the speed of a flying takeoff. Idles in traffic with the same unfaltering ease. Yes, Sky Chief power is flexible power that responds smoothly and quietly to every driving whim of yours and to all demands of your motor. Fly the highways with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Maestro Goodman has completed Hungarian dance number 5. And now, ladies... Oh, what's this? Come in.
Sorry I'm so late.
Say, wait a minute. What is this?
Isn't this the Lone Ranger program?
This is the Texaco program.
Wrong studio. I'm sorry.
I'd like to be a squirrel for about 2 minutes. With all these nuts and radio, I would be very happy. Again with the door. Entree.
Pardon me, is this studio in use?
No. I am a ghost.
A ghost? Well, you got clothes on.
It's cold in here. Now, what is it you want?
I'm Carlin, Network Vice President in full charge of acoustics.
Well, so what?
I have a complaint that there is an echo in this studio.
An echo?
Yes, do you mind if I check on it?
No, go right ahead.
Is there an echo in this studio? Yes. That's all I wanted to know, thank you.
Sound man. Say, sound man.
Yes.
Are you the sound man?
No, I'm the echo.
I want the sound man.
Oh, excuse me.
Sound man.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Look, will you nail up that door? Now, don't let anybody else in here. This will be one radio program where people won't be coming in through the door. Oh, hello, Portland. I didn't see you.
Have you got 2 sticks of wood?
2 sticks of wood for what? Are you opening a termite ranch?
No, I've got to make a fire.
Oh, well, here's a match. Won't that do?
No, this is Boy Scout Week. You're supposed to start all fires with 2 sticks.
Well, what do you want with a fire?
Well, I've got to make some coffee. Kenny's falling asleep.
Kenny's drowsing, doping, is he? What's the matter with Kenny?
He's a nervous wreck. He didn't go to bed all night.
Why?
Well, in yesterday's installment, Dr. Lou had Buck Rogers locked in Laboratory 13.
Well, why didn't Kenny go to bed?
He was too worried. He stayed up to wait for the morning paper to see how Buck came out.
Look, what happens to me should happen to Buck Rogers.
Have you got 2 sticks?
Oh, never mind the sticks. What about our guest?
He's a full-blooded Indian.
No kidding. You mean one of those Indians from the Tammany Wigwam?
No, he's a real Indian from the Sportsman Show. Mr. Allen, Neat, Chief, Nigabe.
Well, good evening. Excuse me. I mean... How, Chief?
Good evening, Fred. It certainly is a pleasure to meet you.
Say, you speak better English than I do, Chief.
Thank you.
Now, before we start, Chief, what tribe do you belong to?
Well, I'm a member of the Penobscot tribe.
The Penobscots used to live up in Maine, didn't they?
That's right, Fred, and they still do. There are over 500 of my fellow tribesmen living in Maine now.
And voting Republican, no doubt. Well, does your name, Nidabe, have any particular significance in the Indian language?
Yes, a hard name to live up to. Nidabe means great friend in the Penobscot language.
Great friend. If we ever hear the president saying, my Nidabes... If we ever hear the... President, you find things so late in life. I just discover I'm an impersonator. Imagine what I would have been today if I'd known 20 years. I would be Milton Berle today, Chief, if I had known that. If we ever hear the president say my Nidabe's over the air, we'll know now that he's giving a Bond fireside chat for the Penobscots. You know, I like those names the Indians give visiting celebrities. Jack Benny stopped at a reservation out west last summer. He was trying to get a blanket wholesale. The chief took one look at Benny's bald head and named him No Coma. But Portland tells me, Chief, that you're in New York here in connection with the Sportsman Show.
That's right, Fred. It opens Saturday at the Grand Central Palace.
Well, what is the purpose of the Sportsman Show, Chief? Is it just held to give Abercrombie a chance to see what Fitch looks like?
No. The aim of the Sportsman Show is to produce public interest in all outdoor games.
And you, as a veteran of the Maine woods, appear as an authority on hunting and fishing. Is that right?
Yes, I've hunted almost every kind of game you can think of. And I've done all kinds of fishing, too.
But with the Sportsman Show held in the heart of the city, how can you exhibit your hunting prowess, Chief? Now, what do? Do you take a crowd out and stalk a parking space down Madison Avenue, do you?
No, it isn't that bad, Fred. At the show, we try to reproduce as much of the outdoors as possible. Our feature exhibit is a large pool where we put on exhibition of fly and bait casting, canoe tilting matches, and log rolling contests.
Log rolling contests, huh? Do you use real senators, do you, for the log?
No, this is a real log rolling.
Well, what other sports are demonstrated on your H2O stage?
Well, for novelty, we sometimes put on a crow and duck calling contest.
Duck calling, huh? I used to know a champion duck caller in vaudeville years ago. He was a whiz. You know, I saw this fellow give a call, a duck call at the corner of 48th and Broadway one day. Well, sir, a Donald Duck sign came down off the Rivoli marquee. 4 duck pins rolled out of a bowling alley. And the duck pants flew off of the chef in McGinnis's window. I imagine in your hunting, though, you have occasion to imitate bird and animal calls on occasion.
Yes, I have. Puppy has many calls.
You have? Well, when making a call, do you ever get a wrong animal, Chief?
Well, up to now, I have never been skunked.
Well, what are you? You're very fortunate. Well, what are some of the calls you do?
Well, sometimes when I'm out in a canoe and I get hungry and want a snack, I just lean out and give a muskrat call.
A muskrat, huh? What does a muskrat call sound like, Chief?
You just puck up your lips and go like this.
You know, you just stopped in time. You just stopped in the nick of time. 4 vice presidents came running out of their offices, Chief. But what other fauna mimicry can you conjure up on short notice?
Well, when an owl is in good humor, he goes like this. Then sometimes when he wants to scare you, well, then he'll go like this.
And, of course, when an owl is feeling under the weather, I guess he just doesn't give a hoot. Is that right? What other calls do you use?
Well, there's that long, mournful wail of the loon.
That's the loon, huh?
Yeah, and sometimes the loon gives a laughing call, like this.
You know that sounds like Don Wilson flushing a studio audience out there. Well, Chief, it's been nice having you over tonight, and I want to wish you and all of your co-workers at the Sportsman Show a happy and successful run.
Well, thank you, Fred.
Now, before you go, what is your permanent address, Chief? Where can we reach you in a hurry?
Why, Fred?
Well, I'll tell you why, Chief Nadabe. In 1626, you Indians sold New York to Peter Minuit for $24. Now, suppose Mayor LaGuardia, after a budget meeting someday, hears that you are in town with $24. He might want to sell you the city bag.
No, you don't. A bargain's a bargain, Fred.
Well,
go on. Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Chief Nadabe. At this time each week, we part our program in the middle, ladies and gentlemen, to make room for the Martins. Tonight they sing for you, Oh, for Heaven's Sake.
Old George, who came to town from Oskaloosa to sell his oldest milk and bring the cow said he. Now she's a regular Lollapalooza. Bet you $40 she will fetch 10 beans by head. This is a rattling, lively city, by God. Just look at all those electric cars, by God. It surely is a doggone pity. Didn't put a $50 in my jeans. He met a girl. She had a little curl. She put it in a whirl. What a girl. My heck. Wow. He was no fool. He was a devil as a rule. And as stubborn as a mule. My heck. How's about a little peck? Oh, for heaven's sake, let down your hair. I declare, let's forget the weather. I know I'm the one who started this, but you must admit you'll never miss one kiss. Oh, for heaven's sake, can't you take a dare? I declare, move a little closer. Don't you think it's time you fell in love? We belong together like a hand in glove. Don't be so cold, you're making me chilly. Turn on the heat. I'm not so bold, you're being so silly. Get on the beat, don't be a willy-nilly. Oh, for heaven's sake, let down your hair. I declare, can't we get together? Just a little kiss.
What's that you say?
Okay, oh, for heaven's sake.
Georgie,
Pardon me, Mr. Allen. Excuse me for interrupting.
Yes, what is it, my little man?
May I sniff?
Oh, yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. No, nothing here. Let me try over in this corner. No, nothing here either. All right, Mr. Allen, you can go on with your program. I'll be back on the hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ketchum. We'll be looking for
Thank
you.
you very much.
Gosh, Fred, who's that?
Why, he's Mr. Agnew Ketchum, Jimmy, the official network studio sniffer.
A sniffer, Fred?
Oh, yes. You know, his job is to sniff around the studios and see if anyone has been violating the rule against smoking. You want to watch out for him, Jimmy. If he ever finds smoke around you, it's going to mean plenty of trouble for you.
Well, say, smoke means trouble for lots of people, Fred, especially for motorists. Be on the lookout for it, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you see a car with a smoky exhaust pipe, more than likely it's a sign of excessive engine wear, which only a costly repair job can set right. So before your car becomes a smoker, help protect your engine from these three sources of wear, which so often make cars smoke. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. Change to insulated Haviland, the oil made to resist today's intense engine heat, which can break down ordinary oils and speed up wear. Insulated Haviland flows quickly, too. Helps prevent the rubbing metal-to-metal wear of cold starts. Insulated Haviland also is distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Remember, your car was never designed to smoke. Change now to Insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Help reduce excessive wear in your motor. Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Hi there. That was Hi There, Mr. Moon, the Eclipse arrangement played by Fire Chief Goodman and his 24 clinkers. Portland, if you've got quicksilver in that cloth, it's very handy. I just fixed my hair and everything in the back of that blue serge suit. But Portland, would you come over here a minute, please?
1, 2, yes, sir.
Say, what? Are you saluting me, or are you just plastering down a spit curl?
I'm saluting.
Well, you don't have to salute. This isn't gold braid on my shoulder here. It's just a little egg yolk I got standing under a tall man at the automat. But what is this military maneuver you're giving out with?
Well, Kenny taught me his salute.
Kenny Baker?
He's Private Baker now.
Private Baker? Poor Kenny has... Where is he?
He's backstage getting his uniform fitted.
So Kenny has been called, eh? When was he notified?
This morning. His agent closed the deal.
Kenny's agent booked him at Fort Dix?
Oh, he isn't going to Fort Dix.
Well, where is he going, south?
No, Kenny's stationed at 42nd Street, branch office 19.
Branch 19? Now, look, Portland, the Army doesn't have branches around in every block. After all, the Army isn't the A&P, you know.
Well, Kenny isn't in the Army.
Well, what is all this uniform and saluting business?
Kenny's working for Postal Telegraph.
Oh!
Here he is now.
Left face, 1, 2. Right face, 1, 2. Forward, march. 1, 2, 3, 4. Company, halt, 1, 2. Hi, folks, what's jumping?
Now, look. Look, General.
Oh, I'm not a general yet, F.A. I'm just Private Baker, V.C.
V.C.?
Valentine Corps.
Yes. Kenny's with with the Singing Valentine Division of Postal Telegraph.
Aren't you proud of me, F.A.?
Kenny, you mean to say that you have taken this job as one of those singing messenger boys?
I make my debut Friday.
Your debut where?
On the doorstep of One Blossom Borkin on 50th Street.
Who wrote your first solo Valentine, Kenny?
It's from Mr. Loomis of Dubuque. He's crazy about Blossom.
Loomis sent Blossom a hot Valentine, did he?
Hot? I gotta sing it boogie woogie.
Well, all right. Enough about your sideline, Kenny. It's time to sing your song.
Oh, I can't sing any more tonight, F.A. I gotta save my voice for Valentine's Day.
Who said so?
Captain Butler.
Captain Butler?
Captain Butler is commanding officer of the 42nd Street branch.
Branch of what?
Postal Telegraph's 8th Mounted Bicycle Division, working north out of Times Square.
Working north out of Times Square? Well, you never mind Captain Butler, Kenny. You sing your song.
Oh, F.A., you can't stand between me and my career. My mind's made up.
Kenny, you're not going to leave us, are you?
Well, I don't know, Porty.
Well, you can't afford to leave a steady job here, a job like you have here, for a few days' work with Postal Telegraph.
I'll come out better financially. I don't get any tips on this job.
But money isn't everything, Kenny.
Money isn't everything, she says. This precise statement I am hearing someplace before.
When, Mr. Goodman?
When I'm signing with you.
Signing, he says. You call making a cross on a contract signing?
You call that a contract? A piece of Kleenex?
Quiet. Quiet, Maestro. Return to your... I'm going to put a leash on you that snaps you back on the podium when you're through it. Now, listen, Kenny. Oh, come in.
Private Baker.
Gee, Captain Butler.
Of Postal Telegraph?
8th Mounted Bicycle Division.
I know. Working north out of Times Square.
East. We just lost north to Western Union.
Well, look, Captain, we're pretty busy here.
Private Baker is subject to daily inspection until Valentine's Day. 0 hour.
Look, I don't care...
Oh, please, F.A. You want me to get court-martialed?
Private Baker, attention. Present pencil.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
Rest pencil.
Yes, sir.
Full in your stomach.
Yes, sir.
Now prepare for drill.
Yes, sir.
Clear voice. What?
Sir.
Well, that's more like it.
Look, will you get this over
Quiet. All right, Baker. Ready? Aim. Fire. Very good. Carry on.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Isn't Captain Butler military?
Military is reminding me.
Military, of all things, is reminding you? Military is reminding you of what, Mr. Goodman?
My brother-in-law was yesterday called by the draft. He left already.
For camp?
For South America.
Chile?
No, he left on a warm day. Good luck to him.
Now, please. Don't give your all. I mean, just on the... Please, Maestro.
Well, you'll have to excuse me now, Mr. Allen. Duty calls.
What duty?
I've got to practice doorbell and push-button maneuvers.
Gosh, Kenny, I've never heard a singing Valentine. Can you sing one for me?
Sure, Porty. I got my debut Valentine with me.
Oh, the first Valentine, the one for Blossom Borkin?
Yeah, the one Mr. Loomis of Dubuque is sending her. I'm going to deliver it Friday.
Sing it, Kenny.
Okay.
Well, don't you think it's a little personal?
Oh, no. It's love.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Go ahead, Kenny.
All right. Miss Blossom Borkin on South 50th Street.
No, wait, Kenny. You don't sing the address. You start singing with the message. You don't sing the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Just Loomis's message you sing.
All right. I do not send you precious stones, no gift of gold is mine. But today I'll have a heart attack if you'll be my Valentine. 80 cents correct!
Gosh, Kenny, that's beautiful.
He'll get an offer from town hall before this night is over. Especially that singing P.S., that finish, Kenny, that collect phrase was really very touching.
Every week, my brother-in-law is sending out telegrams.
What telegrams?
Racing tips. In the telegram, he is sprinkling wet oats.
Wet oats? What's the idea?
People should think it's straight from the horse's mouth.
I haven't got enough trouble to... Come in.
Private Baker, attention!
Now, wait a minute, Butler. Private Baker has already been inspected once.
Private Baker is about to be drummed out of the service.
Drummed out?
Yes, Baker. You have just sung over the air a personal telegram.
Oh, but Captain...
Quiet! Baker, you revealed secrets to the enemy.
What enemy?
Blossom Borkin's husband.
You mean Mr. Loomis is a...
Loomis is a gigolo.
Oh.
Borkin is suing. Baker, you revealed a confidential communique.
Yes, sir.
You are guilty of treason. You are no longer fit to wear the buttons of postal telegraph.
Oh, but Captain...
Attention! The first button I tear off is the button of loyalty. The second button is for secrecy. The third button is obedience. And all these other buttons I'm removing on general principles. No more, Kenny Baker. Will you wear the buttons of postal telegraph? And now, Baker, what have you to say? What?
Sir!
Very well. Carry on.
Well, that does it, I guess. Now that the floor looks as though a road show of pins and needles had just closed here, maybe you can get around to singing your song, Kenny.
Gee, Kenny, I'm awfully sorry.
Thanks, Porty. I hope this doesn't get back to the Junior G men.
Look, Kenny, your number is let's dream this one out. And let's have a little discipline around here now. Before you sing, take your hands out of your pockets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
Come, take them out.
But I can't.
Why not?
6 of those buttons Captain Butler ripped off didn't belong to Postal Telegraph.
You mean?
They belong to my suspenders.
All right. I'll hold them up for you. You sing.
Lovely night, swell orchestra, fine crowd so gay, and now to make it perfect, let's slip away. It's been so nice dancing, now how about chancing a moonlight view? Darling, let's dream this one out. You look so inviting, I'd put it in writing that I love you. So, darling, let's dream this one out. The music will follow us sweetly up where the blue shadows start, and while the stars wink discreetly, we won't be a heartbeat apart. And maybe we'll say things, those let's name the day things that thrill us through. Let's try it, let's dream this one out. So, darling, sweetly out where the blue shadows start, and while the stars wink discreetly, we won't see our heartbeat apart. And maybe we'll say things, those let's name the day things that thrill us through. Let's try it. Let's dream this one
Now you go, you pick up those buttons and go right over to the tailor. And now a word or two, or even three, from James Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds. Tell us about your latest researches in dudology, Jamie.
Thank you, Fred.
Ladies and gentlemen, Duds are...
Jimmy, what's the trouble? Have you got a frog in your throat?
No, Fred. Duds.
Duds in your vocal cords?
Yes, I can't get started.
Well, gosh, Jimmy, you must have a larynx like a carburetor. I know that motorists can't expect to get quick starts on cold days if there are sluggish, slow-action duds in their gasoline.
That's right, Fred. It's the same way with my throat. I just can't get going.
Well, we can't have you going around like this, Jimmy. We've got to get those duds out of your epiglottis right away. Now, let me see. Say, I've got an idea. Say Fire Chief Gasoline, Jimmy.
All right. I'll try to. Fire Chief Gasoline. Fire Chief Gasoline. Fire Chief Gasoline.
Why, it's wonderful, Fred. The duds have disappeared.
Why, certainly, Jimmy. You don't get duds with Fire Chief Gasoline. Well, now that you're all fixed up and dudless, go to work.
All right, Fred, I will. Just like a motor goes to work with Fire Chief. Press the starter, and that charge of Fire Chief in the cylinders goes off in a flash. Your engine takes hold, reaches full power quickly. And full power, you know, is economical power. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. Remember, there's not a dud in the tank full.
And now the Texaco workshop players. Tonight they present some props coming in here. Looks as though it's going to be good. The props are getting less. The Texaco workshop players. Tonight they present a demented reproduction of one of radio's most popular quiz programs. This version is called Truth or Subsequences. Overture, Mr. Goodwin.
This is station KLUK. We now present that popular half hour of fun and quiz. It's Truth or Subsequences.
Truth or Subsequences is brought to you by the makers of Toothpep, the only toothpaste that contains toothpaste. Yes, folks, only Toothpep contains toothpaste, the mystery ingredient never mentioned by other dentifrices. In a recent scientific survey, it was proved that Toothpep does not contain helium, solarium, odium,
or chicken fat.
None of these ingredients that clutter up other dentifrices can be found in Toothpep. Toothpep alone contains toothpaste. Buy a tube of Toothpep today.
And don't forget Toothpep's big 10-day offer. If you have teeth, send us your one of our demonstrators will call. For 10 days, he will live at your house absolutely free. Every morning and every night, our demonstrator will brush your teeth with Toothpep. If at the end of 10 days you are not satisfied, our demonstrator will beat your brains out. And, folks, don't forget Toothpep's big contest. Mail in one word that rhymes with teeth, and we will send you a brand new concrete mixer, absolutely free. Cement old friendship. Be a mixer. Send for your concrete mixer today.
And don't forget Toothpep's big free gift offer. Don't write us, and we will send you the new big all-out toothbrush. This is the toothbrush with the rear mirror attached to the handle. What is that hiding behind your wisdom tooth? It may be someone you know. You can see all with an all-out toothbrush.
And don't forget, Tooth Pep alone contains toothpaste.
Buy a tube of Tooth Pep today.
You think that's enough commercial, fellas?
Yeah, I'm winded.
Me too. Go ahead, Ben. Give him the show.
Okay. And now, folks, truth or subsequences. Presenting our full-of-fun master of festivities, Ralph Deadwood.
Good evening, friends. As you know, Truth or Subsequences is entirely unrehearsed. You know the rules. If a contestant doesn't tell the truth, he has to pay the subsequences. We're having a lot of fun here, folks.
Hey, take it easy, Ralph. Take it easy. Pipe down, Ralph. We haven't started yet.
Hey, that's right. What am I laughing at? I must be nuts. Who is our first contestant?
He's Mr. Everett Bilge of Pinpoint, Long Island.
Well, howdy, Mr. Bilge.
Hello. When do I get the $5?
Well, not so fast, Mr. Bilge. You'll get your $5, but first, what is your occupation?
Right now, it's trying to get $5.
Well, now, be patient, Mr. Bilge. What is it you do?
I am a professional yuck.
And, just what is a yuck?
A yuck is a schnook who goes around making a dope of himself on quiz programs.
And, you get money for this?
I will when you give me the $5.
Well, that brings us to a question. Now, are you ready, Mr. Bilge?
Yeah. Shoot the query to me, Bleary.
Well, fine. This question was sent in by Mrs. Abigail Lard of Rakehandle, Georgia. And Mrs. Lard's poser is... Pay attention, Mr. Bilge.
Yeah.
Mrs. Lard says, who was the first president of the United States?
Can I have that question again?
Who was the first president of the United States?
FDR.
Oh, no. He's the president now. Who was the first president?
Oh, was there another one?
Oh, yeah. Yes, the initials are G.W.
G.W.
I know the answer.
Quiet, you in the front row.
I know
No
the answer.
prompting, please. Now, Mr.
The
Bill.
answer is George Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, darn that spoil sport. He's ruined our first question,
Hey,
Mr.
now do
Bilge.
I get my $5?
No. Not yet, Mr. Bilge. That pest in the front row told the truth, not you. So you, Mr. Bilge, will have to pay the subsequences.
All right, I'm the chump. What do I got to do now?
Well, Mr. Bilge, here are 2 bananas.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you are to eat these 2 bananas simultaneously, and while you are eating the bananas, you are to sing Home on the Range. Now, are we ready?
I wished I knew some other way of making $5.
You don't, though, do you?
No.
All right, let's go. Mr. Bilge is skinning his 2 bananas, folks. Everybody's screaming at the fun in the studio here. Mr. Bilge is putting the 2 bananas in his mouth. Now Mr. Bilge is actually eating 2 bananas. He's starting to sing. Mr. Bilge is starting to sing Home on the Range. If you want fun, folks, this is fun.
Hey, do I get my $5 now?
Yes, Mr. Bilge. Here is your $5 and your big, giant-sized miniature tube of toothpaste.
Oh, thank you.
Well, what's wrong, Mr. Bilge?
I don't know.
Folks, Mr. Bilge has added some spontaneous fun. He's fainted.
Ralph.
Yes, Larry?
Mr. Bilge hasn't fainted. He's dead.
Dead?
Dead.
You can't tell what will happen on these unrehearsed programs. Larry, roll Mr. Bilge away from the microphone.
Okay, Ralph.
Now, on with the show. Who's our next guest, Larry?
There are 2 of them.
Well, this sweet little old couple here.
Yes, Ralph. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Barclay Crawl of Poison Pen, Iowa.
Well, good evening, folks.
Good evening. This is my wife, Martha. She's kind of frail.
Yes.
Good evening. I'll set my Boston bag over here.
Martha always carries a Boston bag. Her first husband came from Boston.
Oh, hush, Barker.
Well, too bad for looking at
folks. I wish you could just see this sweet old couple. Now for the fun. This question, Mr. and Mrs. Kroll, now don't doze off while I'm talking to you. There's going to be some fun here in a minute. This question was sent in by word of mouth by a man who couldn't write. And the question is, who wrote Huckleberry Finn?
I know the answer.
Now, quiet down there, please. If you don't stop this verbal molesting, sir, I'll have to call the police. Now, let me see, where was I? Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Kroll, who wrote Huckleberry Finn?
I know the answer.
Quiet, you.
The answer is Mark Twain.
Oh, well, confound that fat interloper. Well, that goes both ways. Well, you folks didn't tell the truth, so it looks as though you'll have to pay the subsequences.
Oh, is this where the sports start?
Yes. Yes, and now, Mr. Kroll, for your subsequence, you are going to be a little baby. Larry, have you got that baby robe?
Uh-huh.
And the baby bonnet?
Right here, friend.
Will you put these on, Mr. Kroll?
Yes, okay.
Mr. Kroll is putting on the baby dress. The crowd's roaring. He can't find out how to get into it. So long since he was a baby, he's forgotten how to get into it. Now he's putting it on. Are we having fun? There you are, Mr. Kroll. Look at Mr. Kroll, a bouncing baby boy. Oh, you're a cod, Mr. Kroll. You are a cod. I say that again for the West Coast. Now, Mrs. Kroll, you are the baby's father. Now, you're smoking a big black cigar. Larry, stick the cigar in her mouth.
Okay, Ralph.
You look well in a cigar, Mrs. Kroll.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Mrs. Kroll, you're the baby. Mr. Kroll, rather. I was mixed up without my glasses. You're the baby, and you're crying, you see. Now, Mrs. Kroll, you're the father, and you're trying to put the baby to sleep by reciting The Village Blacksmith. Now, let's go, folks. Mr. Kroll is crying. Mrs. Kroll is reciting with a big cigar in her mouth. The crowd is screaming, having fun. Mrs. Kroll has just pulled the baby's father out of something. He must have sneaked it in. Mr. Kroll puts the rubber end in his mouth. Well, the crowd is just about fun now. Yes, they've had enough. That's all, brother.
Okay, where's the money?
Well, here's your $5 and your giant-sized miniature tubes of toothpaste.
Thanks. Hey, I'm gonna...
Say, Mark, we fainted.
Good heavens, Ralph. Mrs. Squirm's down, too.
Well, it must be that strong cigar. Larry, she's fainted, I guess.
Ralph.
Yes, Larry?
These folks haven't fainted. They've been murdered.
Murdered? Quiet, everybody. Now, keep your seats. Don't leave this studio.
Look at these bullet holes, Ralph.
Gad, in all three bodies. Somebody in this studio has a gun with a silencer. Now, who fired those 3 shots?
I know the answer to that one, too.
That heckler again. Come up here, you.
You bet I'll come up there.
You know who shot these 3 contestants?
Yeah.
Who are you?
My card.
Mort Tripe, radio gag man. Jokes supplied for any program.
That's me.
You murdered these 3 quiz participants, Tripe?
You bet I murdered them. I broke up your Truth and Subsequences program, and I'll keep on heckling and murdering, and I break up all these programs.
But why?
These quiz programs are putting us gag men out of business. That's why. Who needs jokes on the radio nowadays? Get people out of the audience eating bananas, dressing up like babies. The audience dies laughing. These studio stunts get bigger laughs than my jokes can ever get. That's why I shot him, and I'll shoot them all, every single one.
Stop yelling and come along, Tripe. You'll get the chair for this.
Okay, but one thing before I go. You always ask the questions, Deadwood. Just let me ask you one question.
Okay, what is it?
Do you think radio will ever grow up?
Why, of course. It's growing up right now.
You ain't told the truth, Bud, so now for a change, you'll have to take the subsequences.
Subsequences?
Yeah, wait till I get this.
Now, here, put down that seltzer bottle.
Oh, yeah? You're a fish, and you're going upstream.
Now, put that down.
You're getting this seltzer right in the foot.
A parting word from Larry Elliot.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Through constant research, the petroleum industry has seen to it that America is not only prepared, but enjoys supremacy in the air for both the quality and quantity of its vital fighting fuels. Every American can take pride in the fact that when it comes to aviation, that modern arm of this country's defense, our boys in training in the Air Corps, our pilots, fly with the finest super aviation fuels in the world today.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
The Texas Company is happy to join the nationwide salute to Boy Scout Week. The spirit of good scouting is the spirit behind good citizenship. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.